Thank you for the follow, Sniffy Bunny. Very much appreciated. All right. Welcome to the second annual Aggie-SAMA Awards and our first time doing this live. I'll be one of your hosts. I am Tim. I am one of the officers for this year. And let's just take a quick second to introduce each other. So I'm Xander.
Uh,
Should I be offended?
I
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
was just waiting for your reaction.
Should I be offended? Like, all right, whatever.
Sure.
I'll deal with you later. Just lock your doors tonight, Calvin. Anyways, I'm Xander.
Stream's a little
I'm
quiet.
I'm one of the general officers for Aggie-SAMA, and yeah, Calvin is apparently trying to NTR me on stream. But okay, all right. Just don't sleep. Don't sleep tonight.
All right, Calvin.
That's the plan.
All right. Hello, I'm Calvin. I've been a member for I think this is my second year here, and yeah, I basically stole Xander's waifu.
Oh yeah, just a little pretext. Xander didn't know what Calvin's avatar was going to be, so this is a bit of a surprise for him.
Amazing.
All right. Guess I'm last. So I'm Connor. I've been with the club for what is it, 5 months now? We're in February, so yeah, 5 months. And that's pretty much it.
Cool. All right. So as you guys can figure out, we're gonna go through all the categories for our Aggie-sama Awards and see who won. And none of us, except for me, has seen the winners, so it'll kind of be a fun, kind of fresh reaction from all of us. So, start with our first category, which is our best pro tag. Our nominees for best pro tags were Hachiman from Snafu, Edamura from Great Pretender, Katarina from Villainous, and Michiru from Brand New Animal.
Okay, I haven't watched My Next Life as a Villainess yet, but I read the manga like really far. I love Katarina, but you can't really beat the Great Pretender. So good.
The Great Pretender. I I didn't read it, but I watched Villainous and I enjoyed it, but I don't get why people. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as most people. Like a lot of people seem to like love it. Like, oh, this is the best like reverse heroine we've seen since like I don't know Owen Horse's Club, and I'm like, I don't know. I didn't see it. I just thought it was good.
Yeah, it's like the show wasn't bad. It was good, but I wouldn't really oh no, I wouldn't really consider her as part of like the best pro tag list for me personally. Like for me, it would either be Enamura or Higaya Hachiman. Since let's see, for Snafu in season 3, he has like changed a lot since the first season. He's become more active, and basically he started like get rid of his narcissistic views of himself and other people as well.
Hmm.
So that was a good change of him. And then for Edamura, he was just a overall great like character to watch, develop throughout the show, and it was pretty fun to watch. Great Pretender.
Alexander, any takes from
I
you?
mean, me personally, um, kind of have a bias towards Hachiman because uh, I've watched like the other two seasons of Snafu as well. So as a whole, I like the series a lot. But I mean, Edamura is also a really good contender. I wouldn't consider Bichu, or I mean, same with the other two. I wouldn't consider Bichu or Katarina really in the same league as them. But so to me, the front runner is one of those two.
Now, who do you guys think is going to win?
Who do I think is
Mm,
gonna win? I think
Yeah.
I know a few more people in this club, like are the people who voted. I think more of them have watched Snafu, so I'm going to guess Hachiman wins.
All right.
Really? I
actually, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think I was hearing a lot of praise for the Great Pretender throughout like a lot of like the past month. So I was expecting Edamura to win.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Since a lot more people, I believe, are just beginning to watch like the new seasons and stuff. And I think Great Pretender was like definitely one of the top enemies for them so far. So I was thinking Makoto will probably win this category,
All right.
but
Let's.
I would personally just vote for Hachiman because yeah, I'm biased.
sleeping on Michiru. True. I don't know. She was good, but I do feel like there's two big heavy hitters that kind of overshadowed her. But yeah, let's see who our winners are. And our winner for the best protag for 2020 is Hachiman with a
Oh,
leading 40.9%.
Oh
Alright,
wow.
man.
So
that's a one in the dub column for me.
I would say,
Oh, we're keeping score?
I mean, perhaps,
Oh, so this is a competition. I see. Okay,
perhaps.
okay.
oh yeah, if you guys in chat or on the server wants to do like a prediction on like what you guys think is gonna win, feel free to do that. You guys can kind of see who wins, who gets the most. That'd be kind of fun. But yeah, I think we had 50 around 50 people vote for this award or in the in the entire award, but not every person voted on each category. So this one had
Oh, I see.
44
That's 44 responses. Huh?
with
That's pretty good.
Hachiman,
That's still pretty good.
Edamura taking second, and Katarina beating out Michiru with
Ooh.
15.9%.
See, I feel like it's more of the show because I mean, Katarina's not like a. I don't want to say, and she's not a not interesting character, but
She
she's just like she's like a plot point to bounce the show's plot off of. She's not like a character in herself, at least until like later seasons.
she like she's just the peppy main protag. I don't know. There wasn't a lot of her whole thing was like she was just a loner who just played Otome games her entire life, and that was basically her entire character,
Yeah,
right?
there wasn't like any development you can base yourself off of or follow through.
So it's surprising to see her take third place, but you know, Hachiman still just destroyed with 18 votes. All right, not bad.
Not bad at all.
All right. Um, all right, we're gonna say goodbye to Connor here and bring Ashley in for best and tag, but don't worry, Connor will be back very shortly.
Bye.
See you, Connor.
All right. Uh, bye, Connor. Hello, Ashley.
Oh,
Oh, they're interlocking.
am I good? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep.
Perfect.
All right. Going over to our next category, which is antagonist. Our nominees for best antagonist is N from Dorohedoro, Akito from Fruits Baskets, Mami from Rent a Girlfriend, and Gabriel Miller from Sword Art Online.
Yes, I have some interesting things to say about the antagonists because at least for three of them, I feel like I know them pretty well. I have not seen Doro Hedoro, so I'm not too familiar with him, and maybe y'all can provide some more content on him. But at least for Akito, um, I think out of all three of these antagonists, he's my favorite. He's my favorite. Or she, I guess. She's my favorite because I think that she, like, the way she like traumatizes the other characters, kind of like it's more like almost realistic compared. And also, Mommy is the same way, like where it's somewhat realistic in the trauma they kind of bring to other people. But I feel like Akito, like, it was just like really hard to watch her like do all the things to other people, like including Yuki's trauma, and like he basically or she basically did a lot of bad things to like all the characters, and they like all fear her. So, as for Gabe, um, he's like I feel like the anime portrayed him almost a little bit differently than the light novel. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about the light novel, um, but he's like a cold-blooded antagonist, and I don't know. I do not think he's the strongest SAO antagonist personally. So, and then for Mommy, I just think that a lot of like it's realistic in the fact that there's actual girls out there that are like that. So, and she brought like she made the show kind of interesting because she brought upon all the drama, and that's just my opinion.
Uh, I mean, I'll agree with a lot of Ashley's point. Uh, Gabriel, I feel like was one of the first actual villains in SEO, because I feel like a lot of villains has been a very weak point of SEO with Aki, with Sugita and all the other villains. They were just kind of there was really no background behind them. But I feel like Gabriel D actually gave a little bit more depth. So props to SEO for improving. Mommy, I don't know if Mommy's like a villain. Like
Yeah, that's the
she's
thing.
she's no she's she's like the cunt who's causing drama and trying to steal Kazuya and cause drama between him and Chizuru, but she's not like villain. She's just being what a normal kind of little bitch would just like she acts like what a normal person would do, which when I think of
Yeah, that's the
antagonists, I
thing.
think like super villain, out of the way to ruin people's lives, but she's not really like that. Or,
Yeah,
yeah. Same thing with Dorodoro. He's not really a villain in a sense, but he's like evil. He's just like the opposition to the protag. But I do like him a lot because he's interesting. And Akito as well. Actually, kind of went
Akito.
into that.
Yes. Oh gosh, that trauma though.
She was a bully at first, but then she just tries to steal later on. I mean, yes, but you also see that she's not like a complete like awful person when she found out about the secret and she didn't like, you know, she didn't go out and just ruin their lives entirely. And she also, before that, you could see her, feeling regret and sad about how he and Kazu has been interacting. So she's not like, completely awful. I mean, she is
Yeah,
awful, but she's awful in the way the show is meant to be to keep the show interesting.
yeah. It's pretty believable for like this kind of show. So,
But yeah, Xander,
what about
Calvin,
Calvin?
anything from you two?
I don't really have a comment on this one.
Okay.
I
How about
mean, for me, I personally liked N the most out of these four, mostly because Dora Hedora is kind of a very unique anime, and so N is a very unique antagonist, and he just stood out the most to me out of all of these guys. He's got some pretty interesting powers and interesting personality, and I didn't find really any of these other antagonists that interesting.
Yeah, I think N's definitely the most interesting antagonist, but I think if you go by like who was the most textbook, like who was the most antagonist and like who was the most the villainous of them all, I think Akito would trump out N for me.
Yeah, I personally, if I had to pick between all four of these, yeah, Akito.
Akito.
Um, just from the sheer amount of like destruction through all the characters that she caused. Like I was rewatching like a couple episodes, and I was just like, damn, that is just bad. It's like psychological trauma. Like that kind of,
Yeah.
in my opinion, is almost worse.
All right. Any predictions on who's gonna win? I see chat seems very fairly on
Hmm.
Mami.
I
I'm,
don't know.
I'm
I
actually
think since
pretty unsure
a
on this
lot more
one.
people saw Rent a Girlfriend, I think would be Mommy for this case. But I wouldn't really consider her the best antagonist, to be honest.
I mean, my pick and who I think is going to win is actually pretty different. I think that while a lot of people have seen Rent a Girlfriend, so I would guess Mommy off of that. My thing is I'm not sure like they liked Mommy enough to even like want to reward her with best antagonist.
You
I
didn't
feel
hear
like
that
in
much.
They hate her so much that they won't even give her an award for
I think
best
an
antagonist.
equal amount of people have watched Fruits Basket, and I don't think Dora Hedora got a spotlight. And I
Oh
know a lot
no,
of people don't like
no
SAO
shot.
either, so I'm gonna guess that Akito wins.
All
That's
right.
fair.
All right. And Ashley?
Uh, that's I. It's either Akito or Gabriel for me. One of those two. But I'm gonna go with Akito.
You think Akito's gonna win? All right. And I've obviously seen the winner, so I'm not doing the prediction in case you guys were wondering. Anyways, our winner for the best antagonist for 2020 is Mami with One
That
vote.
was actually so close. Oh
One,
my god.
one vote. Okay.
Wait,
15 to
one vote?
14 with Akito taking second.
Wait,
I-
yeah, you're right. They're pretty much neck and neck.
I overestimated the amount of spite people would have towards mommy. That's pretty interesting. All right. I guess it's a one in the L column as well.
How can you give worst girl and word guys? Come on.
She's an antagonist.
I mean, is she though? I don't really think
Well,
this.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It
You
is
put her
what
on the
it is.
nomination, so she's an antagonist.
Hey, these were all nominated and voted by the people of the club. I had no say over any of this.
All right, who are we banning?
Good riddance. That's actually pretty close. But yeah, mommy. All right. Next award would be for best boy. Our nominees for best boy is Mirio from My Hero Academia, Ishigami from Kaguya-sama, Kun from Tower of God, and Hinata from Haikyuu. All
All
right.
right. So I have only seen Haikyuu and My Hero, and I have not seen. Is this from Kaguya-sama season 2 or season 1?
Season 2.
Okay,
Season
I
two.
haven't seen season 2, and I haven't finished season 1. But anyways, and I haven't seen Tower of God either, so I can't make comments about those two. Okay, and also for spoilers, how spoilery can I get? Like, am I allowed to talk about spoilers for My Hero?
Uh, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's
I
hard to
think
discuss
at
the
least for
show.
My Hero, it's fair game because it has been a year since it ended. Because technically, it ended like what beginning of 2020. So I think it should be fair game at least for My Hero.
I feel like all of these should be fair game. It's hard to
Okay.
discuss the show if you can't say anything about the show.
Yeah, because honestly, season 4 of My Hero Academia made me like Mirio a lot more than I used to. Like, it pushed him to like best boy status for me for My Hero. Like, because of the episode where he fights Overhaul and he loses his like quirk, and then like the whole backstory with everything. I don't know. It brought out like this side of him that I didn't see before, and I had just so much respect for him after that. Like, I was like sobbing. I was in tears. Like, it was just I couldn't believe that had just actually happened. And so for me personally, out of these four, it's Mirio. But for Hinata is also a good boy. Um, I feel like he's always just been growing as Haikyuu goes on. Um, I'm not really sure about the other two characters that much, but yeah, that's basically all I have to say for that.
Well, I'm sure Xander can fill us in on Tower of God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit unfair on that one because I've caught up to the manhwa. So Kun
Well-
has a lot of really good points that I can't talk about because they
Well,
weren't in the anime.
Just
Um,
cut it off to where the anime
But
stopped.
in terms of what they did show, I think Kun is one of those cool, calm, collected badasses. His main weapon is like a knife and a bag, and he's still able to fight his way all the way to the top of the regulars that are competing on the floor of test, right? And supposedly this is supposed to be really hard, and like very few people get through, and this man made it through with just his wits, a knife, and a bag. So Kun is kind of a badass. But yeah, he's also got really cool blue hair.
I like his hair. He's very cool.
He's a cool character. But yeah. Hinata actually he has grown a lot, and I did particularly like his growth in the last 2 seasons. He's actually he's coming like a more rounded person, not just as a character, but also as a volleyball player, where he's not just a one-trick pony, which he kind of has been for 3 seasons, if you think about it, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, it's nice to see him kind of expand. Mirio actually went through his arc. I think he is great. I feel like he might be my best boys of my hero as well, but I don't know if he's gonna beat me out for my winner for best boy. Ishigami had his whole arc. Everyone in chat is screaming Ishigami, and for good reasons. I do think his little backstory and his comeback and how he, grew from joining the cheerleading club and all that is great. And it was really endearing to see that from kind of a romantic comedy to have this kind of like good character development in there.
Well,
But
if he gets that good character development, then I mean, I haven't seen it, but From what if everyone's saying that, then must be
For
good.
for me, season one was very much like comedy with a little bit of romance, and season two where we got a lot more character development and kind of rounded out all the characters. So
Hmm.
Yeah, as much as I like Kun, and I really like Tower of Gods, the series, and really wanted it to do well. In terms of the awards here, I think that honestly, all three of these guys are kind of blown out of the water by Ishigami because he had an excellent season, and this was his like powerhouse arc right here, where
Yeah.
everyone got to see him, everyone got to sympathize with him. Um, in my opinion, should be unbeatable,
all right, Calvin.
but
Yeah. So yeah, season 2 for Kaguya-sama, we saw Ishigami's character arc, and dang, he's a Chad. I think everyone like watching the show saw that, and he's most likely gonna win this award. Like I know,
I actually
it was a great season. We got to see him just act like a Chad against the cheerleaders or whatever, and yeah, that was pretty good.
All right.
I mean, if we get to predictions real quick, as much as I already said that I believe he's unbeatable, and as much as Calvin thinks he's unbeatable, um, I'm a bit scared for him only because I know that the My Hero. So the way that the awards work, right? If you didn't finish by the end of the previous year, you don't get to be in those awards. So there might be a shit ton of people that are voting My Hero mainly because they didn't get to last time, and there are a lot of people that like My Hero. So I think that while I personally think Ishigami is leagues above the other three, there might be a few My Hero stands to prove me wrong in the awards.
So
So
what's your prediction, Xander?
I'm gonna predict that Ishigami wins. I want to have faith. I want to have faith in the club.
Fate in the void, fate in this boy.
Pick the better guy here. Come on now.
All right, Calvin.
Same, yeah.
You
Ishigami,
got me, and
probably.
then Ashley.
I'm gonna go with Ishigami too, just because everyone's hyping him up. But if I didn't, it'd be Mirio.
Hey, don't get peer pressured here. What's going on?
I mean, I
Yeah,
voted for
Well,
Mirio.
this is-
you're free to choose whatever. You're free to choose whatever.
This
This
is
is a prediction.
her prediction. It's not her winner. It's just who she thinks is gonna win. So it's fun. It's fun. She wants to jump the bandwagon.
It's
It's fine.
one of the two.
All right. And our winner for Best Boy of 2020 is Ishigami
Oh, thank goodness.
No.
by 3 votes.
By 3 votes. Okay.
It's actually surprising because when we did the nominations, Mirio actually like destroyed Ishigami as far as vote counts. But luckily, so I was really scared for Ishigami when I saw that. But luckily, when the voting came out, the club came in clutch and they voted Ishigami. So
Okay, heart beating. All right.
little spooky there. All right. I think this is where we say goodbye to Ashley and
Yes,
we
but
bring
I'll be
back
back.
Connor.
Thanos
Bye.
snap. Bye.
Bye. All right. Give me a second while I magically make Ashley disappear and magically bring Connor back. All right, welcome back, Connor.
Yippee ki
All right, our next category is Best Girl. And our nominees are as followed. We have
Best girl, me.
Eri from My Hero Season 4, Chizuru from Winter Girlfriend, Mikoto from Railgun, and Maple from Bofuri.
So I haven't seen Bofuri or Railgun yet, so I cannot speak on that. Uh, I don't like Rent a Girlfriend for its concept. I read the manga for like 100 chapters. Not a great decision, but I feel like Aries just like miles ahead of Chizuru. I know Xander's gonna disagree with me with that one. We've had this discussion before, but like I voted for Eri. It has to be Eri. It's probably gonna be Chizuru, but it has to be Eri.
Okay. Xander, you want to do
I
a
mean,
comeback?
he's right that I was gonna disagree with him. He already knows that, but um, I think Chizuru has just made the most impact out of all of these three. And even when I mean, I would also agree with Khan that for at least for this award, Misaka and Maple are both a tier below the other two, and then honestly, the difference maker is that I think Chizuru is just like basically everything you want from a wholesome girl. Um, Strong, kind, caring, and then Eri, while she's cute kid and all, I don't think she really does as much. Like,
Okay,
kind of
you
just
can't say
acts as
that
a
she
back.
doesn't do that.
She
You
acts
can't
as a
say she doesn't
backpack
do
for
that much.
Deku, man.
She's Deku's enabler.
She acts as a backpack for Deku, and then like allows him to go a bajillion% for a little bit, and
Okay, can we at least agree that Kaguya should have been nominated?
I mean, it was.
Kaguya's not even best of her own
Over Eri?
show.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's. I mean,
I
I personally would have put Kage over Maple, but I mean, at the very least, if we're talking just like the people here, again, I don't think Eri really does anything, and she doesn't have too much of a personality compared to Chizuru, at least for this season. You know, like I said, she kind of feels like a Deus Ex Machina in a way. Like, hey, by the way, here's this little kid that allows you to go 1,000,000% real quick.
Okay, she also created like all of the problems in the arc too, so it goes both ways.
I suppose.
It's
But-
kind of I don't know. I kind of found weird like the nomination didn't like include. Let's see, there was Abigail from Great Pretender. There was Kaguya and Hayasaka from Kaguya-sama. But
Okay,
out of all these choices, I would say Mikoto was good. Like I enjoyed watching her go through the show, but I think she was better in the first season of Regon. And then Maple, I wouldn't really consider her as best girl. She could have been easily replaced by any other nomination. But I think out of all these, it'd be definitely Chizuru, since she definitely had the most impact on like and me in the show, since she was also like the most realistic. I guess you can say, and the most like a person you can like get along with essentially throughout the show. So I would say Mizuhara Chizuru would be the best choice in out of all these.
I feel like Mikoto suffers from being a long running show because this is like Railgun is like I don't know, at least like 10 plus years old as far as the series is, and I don't
Mhm.
feel like many people are watching it, but she's definitely like up there with Chizuru and Eri because she was like the like you know tomboy tsundere kind of girl, and I think she like made it the Decade Award last year, so she's definitely up there, but I just feel like not many people know of her.
I mean,
Uh,
here at Xander Incorporated, we always appreciate a good tsundere, especially one that shoots lightning. But
Yeah, the one next to me, right?
she doesn't shoot lightning, man. Specifically referring to one character there. But again, I think Tim has a point in that because it's a long running show, Railgun does that status for Railgun does kind of hurt her a little bit in this category. But it is what it is.
Maple is definitely the outlier. I don't know how she got nominated, but I mean, people nominated her, so
And enough people liked her, so maybe they'll vote for her. I don't know.
for me, Chizuru's like she's like the ideal quote unquote like the ideal perfect girlfriend, and I feel like you're not gonna beat that out with anything. I feel like
I don't know. So again, as much as I think Chizuru should win and has a really good chance of winning, my hero fans might just creep up and push Eri to the top. You saw how close Miria was
Yeah.
last time, all right? So
That's what I
I
like to
Alright.
hear.
my
I
Who do
prediction
we
is
have to
still Chizuru.
ban?
My prediction is still Chizuru, but Eri has a pretty decent shot.
I mean
Yeah, I'm with Xander on that one.
I would say I think My Hero was the second most nominated show for this award. Let me check that. No, it was the third. It was
Yeah.
Kaguya and Snafu were the most nominated, and then My Hero was second with third. So a lot of My Hero people still in the chat. But yeah, predictions. Um, Xander is hoping out for Chizuru. Calvin.
Chizuru all the way.
All right. Connor.
It's Chizuru. It should be Eri, but it's Chizuru.
Whoa, all right, buddy.
My
Kinda
my
wanted to-
my hero fans be like,
Okay.
Bro, I'm a
Rent-
I'm a
rent
My
a
Hero
girl-
fan. What
Rent
is
a
wrong with you?
Girlfriend. You know, we're not even at the anime section yet. Rent a Girlfriend is one of the most overhyped shows of the year.
Okay, okay, we'll get to it eventually, okay? Relax. All right. And our winner for Best Girl of 2020
Come on.
is Chizuru from Rent a
Yes!
Girlfriend
Alright.
Not
with
even close.
17 votes. Second place,
Oh,
Eri with 13
whoa.
votes. And Mikoto with 12 votes coming in
Okay.
third. And then
Bigger
Maple.
margin than I was expecting.
I will say, I think everyone who nominated for Bofuri voted for Bofuri. So
Yeah.
props to them, I guess.
I'm not sure why she was up there.
I,
That was a strange choice.
I mean, it was nominated.
See, why would you do that when you could have the girl from Dogeza?
Which one?
Bro, no.
Okay,
Say
so you
which
know it.
one.
Okay.
Hey, is that, I think
Alright,
it's
one-
Connor's
one
time
room
to
season 3.
disappear.
I don't want to talk about it.
Come on, guys, all the girls in one room.
I
Come on.
can't believe someone actually watched Showgeza.
I read the manga. I saw it was airing this season, and I was like, no way.
Slightly judging, but okay.
It's like
All right.
the mirror tights of the season. Or this year.
Glad our faith in the club has continued to been upheld. Anyways, our next
Uh.
award is the Best Couple Award. Our nominations for Best Couple is Adachi and Shinamura from Adachi to Shinamura,
Ooh.
Hachiman and Yukion from Snafu, Kaguya Miyuki from Kaguya-sama, and Nasu and Tsukasa from Tonikaku Kawaii.
It's just Kaguya, right? It's just Kaguya.
I actually don't think so.
It's just what?
But-
I actually don't think so.
They're the
I
only
forget.
one here that aren't really. No, Adachi's also
Tim,
not a
you're with
couple.
me on this, right? Tim, you're with me on this,
But
right?
half of them aren't really a couple. Like
No.
Adachi and Shinamura,
Yeah, see,
the most they
that's-
go is
that's-
hand holding. And Kage and Miyuki, the whole premise of the show is that they're not a couple yet.
So that's actually, I'm kind of with Tim on this one. That's my reason
Yeah.
for actually saying that the winner really should be Nasa and Tsukasa, because if you think of the other three, Hachimata and Yukino do get together at the end, and they're really cute together, and I love them. But
They should
if
qualify.
If we're looking at like who actually did like couple stuff and was the cutest, I'm gonna say Nasa and Tsukasa because they're more consistent throughout the show. Hachiman and Yukino and also Kaguya and Miyuki are more so like will they, won't they, up until the end. And even Kaguya and Miyuki still haven't even got together yet. And then I didn't watch Adachi touch more, so I can't speak on that one. But
Well, I mean, like, even like, all right, so Kaguya and Miyuki aren't together, right? But they're basically together at this point. Let's be honest.
you can, I mean, you can consider it because it's like where else is that ship gonna go, right? But like,
Exactly.
still, I think Nasa and Tsukasa just kind of beats them out for this one.
I don't know. I feel like I like Tonikawa, but I feel like in terms of like, if you want to consider it in terms of the best couple, you have to consider it like, are you just considering the fluffy moments, or like, are you trying to like objectively find the best overall couple? Because in terms of like fluff
I mean-
moments, then like obviously it's like Tonikawa, because like that's the show. It's 20 minutes of that. But
It's
like,
overall
if you want
couple,
like, yeah,
they gotta have chemistry
like-
with each other, right? But it's just
yeah, but in Tonikawa, there's no like development of the relationship though. It's like it just is the same throughout the show, and it's just like fluff moments the entire
I don't
time.
think that's
I-
necessarily a bad thing. A lot of what
it's
can
not.
make a
I don't
couple
think-
good is a shit ton of fluff. Like,
But this
a
isn't
lot of
best fluff
goes a
show. This
long
is
way.
best couple.
I agree with
Are
Kana.
we going good that route? The best couple would definitely be Hachiman and Yukinon at that point. Not Kaguya and Miyuki.
I agree with Connor with his take about it's just being fluff, but I think it's more detrimental for like if you were saying if it's the best romance show rather than the best couple. I think it's okay if it's all fluff for a couple. I
Yeah,
don't-
that's true.
I don't think it necessarily deters their qualification.
That's true. I mean, I love Tonikawa, but
I think
like,
they should all qualify. I'm not really too particular on the definition of couple here, but I think legitimately, like Nasa and Tsukasa are just for this season better.
All right.
Understandable.
It's not a blowout though. Like unlike the other
Yeah.
ones where I personally thought it was like a blowout for some of these things. Like this is fairly close.
I think Kaguya probably wins this one. I think, but like I think it's arguable who should win.
I think
Alright.
that's a fair prediction. If I'm looking at who's going to win, I'm gonna say that less people probably like Tonikaku Kawaii. So, I'm guessing. This is tough, actually. I don't know the status of the club on Kaguya versus Snafu. We got a lot of boomers in the club, so if they voted, then Snafu might rise up.
I mean, they both qualified for Aim of the Year. Don't
It was
forget.
difficult for me. I really don't know what my radar is predicting.
Me laughing at Yui fans. Ha ha.
That's a little rude.
Okay. You don't have to target me like that.
I'm going. Okay, I'm going with Snafu. That's my final answer. I'm
Alright,
gonna go with Snafu.
Snafu?
as my winner.
Calvin.
This is hard because I like me personally. I will say Snafu. I really want Snafu to win, but based on the club or like overall, I feel like the people would have probably voted Tanikaku Kawaii more since they did a lot
really?
more couple stuff throughout. I mean, yeah, it's like the entire season was basically doing couple shit.
Right, and that's my
So-
reason they should win. But like, do you think that
Yeah.
enough people watched Tonikaku to vote for them?
I mean, I did see like a lot. Some people talk about it in the Discord, so I do believe
I'm
it's
not
probably up
sure. I'm not sure. A combination of Josh, Octavio, and David. I'm just saying.
there. Okay, that's fair.
Just
That's
saying.
fair. But I think I'll just stick with my choice here. Tanikaku Kawaii will most likely.
Alright,
Each other.
Kawaii from Calvin, Snafu from Xander, and
Kaguya.
Kaguya
I
from
think it's gonna be
Connor.
Kaguya.
All right.
Wow,
Full split, full
a
split. Let's go.
three-way
Full
split.
We'll see.
All right. Oh
Full
shit.
send it.
Alright, and our winner for best couple of 2020 is Kaguya Miyuki from Kaguya-sama.
No.
Hey, bet.
How much though? Okay,
17
all right.
votes compared to Snafu was second with 15 votes, and then Tony Kawaii was third with 11 votes.
That's rough.
Interesting.
That's
It is-
rough.
Pretty close, actually. Just we don't talk about Adachi, but yeah, pretty close for the other three.
Sorry, John, if you're watching. I hope you got beat down.
I bet you John just voted 4 times.
That's
That
Most
was
likely.
4
Most
votes.
likely.
Honestly, probably true. I wouldn't be surprised if he had ults.
All right. So our next topic is the genre wars with action, and I think this is where we say goodbye to Connor for a
See,
little
we
bit.
would, but Chris isn't here, so I'm down to stay. Or Ashley can sub in.
Chris was in chat.
He's in chat.
Oh, he is?
He was
Oh.
talking. Is there a Chris?
Oh, there he
There
is.
he is. All right. So yeah, this is where we
Right,
say
bye, bye,
goodbye.
stream. I'll be back.
Kind of really trying to kind of stay in.
Yeah.
You see Chris's avatar right behind him too, ready to beat his ass.
Hold on, let me get the muse going. Also, you are too tiny, Chris. Let me.
Why'd you make me so small?
There you go. Well, you went
Thanks.
on for me to test your size. All right.
Well, you told me not to come on. No, all right.
What?
What's up?
All right. So we're on genre. So this is action. Our nominees for best action of 2020 is My Hero Season 4, Fire Force Season 2, Fate, Grand Order Babylonia, and Tower of God. I realize this was a bad category to bring you
Yeah,
on
this is
because you haven't
these are-
seen
Yeah.
any of
so
these.
I have seen half of Tower of God. That's my frame of reference here. No Akadama Drive.
No
That's-
Akudama Drive.
No Dorohei Doro. I don't know if people count that.
I
Uh,
found it,
Dora
but
Dora
like I
was
said,
fantasy,
people
I
just
think.
didn't watch it. People just didn't watch Dora Hedora. So
That's fine. I get that. Dorohei Doro was a little bit more obscure, but I thought enough people checked out Akudama. Still, we got some. Or no God of High School too. I guess is the other one, the big one. Even if it was a little bit
I think
stinky at the end.
I think that's the reason is that when people like did action, they also weighed how much they enjoyed the show and rather just the action portion because this is just like best action per se. This is best action anime.
See,
So you
Right.
kind of have to have the whole package for that one. I
there's
think.
Of course.
there's two way to view the genre categories. It's either like which was the best show that fell into this genre, or which show like did the genre best, like which show did action best.
Exactly.
Which I would say, you know, God of High School would be a contender otherwise. But I feel like most people will view it as like, oh, what show fits this genre and it's my favorite. So,
Sure.
but yeah.
All right, we can talk about the different options here real quick. A lot of sequels I'm noticing, like three
Well,
shows that are part
two
of franchises.
sequels and a spin-off.
I still think it's part of a franchise, you know. Whereas Tower of the God is the only one that's really the big new thing.
That's true.
Probably the most successful of the three webtoon Crunchyroll adaptations so far. Um,
Yeah, actually, yeah, I'll give you that. But yeah, I would say Babylonia killed it on the action front because every episode, like Tower of God, not Tower of God, God of High School had like an action scene like every episode, well, almost every episode. But Babylonia also did that, and it was which studio did it? I think it was Cloverwork did it,
Yeah, it was
and
yeah,
Cloverworks.
and they killed like all the fight scenes. It was like at least two or three per episode. While you know there was
I'd believe it
it was
from a
pack
Fate show.
punch, and it was really well done. So I like that.
I mean, that doesn't really surprise me. Honestly, I think if I had to pick two of my all-star studios at the moment, it's like Mappa and Cloverworks, both
Mhm.
kind of killing it right now.
Clover-
But ironically, Fate Grand Order is probably, or at least Babylonia, is is the only series on this list that I'm unfamiliar with, mostly because I just refuse to get into Fate out of like
That's fine.
Same.
I don't know.
That's that's why I'm
Okay,
here.
shonen trash.
I mean, okay, so time investment wouldn't like phase me normally, except for that this is like I don't really know any good. I don't know if there's like is a good manga for this, and like I could deal with long series if they're manga. Long anime, I already don't like sitting still for long periods of time just to watch anime. So
For,
watching a whole series like this would be not great for me.
for
Okay,
Babylonia,
shonen trash.
I don't know how that's for
feel like
coming from a shonen trash. Okay, okay.
I mean, that's the thing.
All right, well, there's lots of shonen on this category, so that's good. Hopefully, we can narrow it down between the four.
Zena, did you watch Fire Force at all?
I've watched the other three, and my thing is so as for commentary on the ones I've actually watched, My Hero, the strength of its action, or at least the fights in My Hero, isn't ever really the actual fights to me. There's really only been like one that was like actually graphically impressive to me, and that was All Might versus Nomu back in season one. But the
didn't.
rest of them, it's more so about like the weight and like the story behind the fights, the stakes, rather than the actual action. That's kind of how it's been for My Hero for me.
You didn't like
Um,
the tournament arc with Bakugo versus oh my blanking Fire Dude, whatever his name was.
Todoroki?
Todoroki, yeah.
Not really. It wasn't again. That it does. It really doesn't. Most of the fights in My Hero to be pale in comparison to like in terms of again in terms of like the actual action to All Might versus Nomu.
Gotcha.
United States like the final one, All for One versus One for All. That one was really dope. But again, that was more so because this was like a build up and like the climax of a giant arc, and then Endeavor versus the High End, which I think was also at the end of My Hero season of season 4.
Yeah.
Really cool with the Pulse Ultra Prominence burn, but again, not as visually impressive. Fire Force also kind of neutral on me. So my problem is I actually, as much as I like all of these series, they all kind of have the same problem, in which I didn't think the fights were super fantastic. Like if we're talking like God of or Tower of God, it kind of just got absolutely overshadowed by God of High School's supreme animation, and didn't really match up on its own. I don't think. It's also got season the material covered by Tower of God as well for the season, a lot weaker compared to the rest of the series too in terms of fights. So I don't really have a clear winner on this one, honestly.
What do you think about the Fire Force fight scenes, like the Kaiwan fight?
Again, it's okay. Fire Force to me is also not one that I enjoy for the fights too much, especially if Shinra's not involved for me, or Shinra or Benimaru really,
Of course,
because they have they have a shit ton of mobility, which makes the fights really interesting. But if you have like I don't know, like Arthur's an interesting character, I guess, but not really. I don't really care for his fights too much. Joker has a cool set of powers, but I don't think his fight versus like the underground shadow assassins sort of it wasn't that great either.
You didn't
So,
care for Benny's fight? He had a couple of good fight scenes this season.
like I said, if Betty Baro or Sid was in there, I'm more interested. But that doesn't make it for me. That doesn't make it a clear winner above the other
All
two.
right. How about Calvin?
Um, so let's see. Fire Force season 2. Uh, I just enjoyed season 1 way more, to be honest. Wasn't that big into season 2. I feel like the fight scenes weren't as well done as the previous season. And compared to the other shows, like let's see, Tower of God, it was kind of like a disappointment, to be honest. I felt like it could have so much more, but it just didn't reach its heights, especially compared to like God of High School, which did a better job, but still a train wreck.
All right.
And then lastly, be Fate Grand Order. Colorworks for first, I think it was the first time they did a Fate series, anime.
Yeah.
They did a pretty good job on it. There was some like questionable stuff like the CGI usage, especially when it came to I think
I-
it was the
Whenever
name
it's,
was Tiamat,
yeah,
the
but
big
whenever there's
snake.
giant monsters, it's just almost always
Yeah,
CGI.
giant monsters. It's like yeah, but if you like don't if you get rid of that, all the other fight scenes were just amazingly like well choreographed. The animation was pretty smooth, and it was a pretty hype show all around. So I feel like out of all these shows, Grand Order would be the my number one choice for action.
All right. And Chris, you want to give your take on Tower of God?
I personally again have not seen any of these shows except for Tower of God. I'm going to probably assume that had I watched it, Grand Order Babylonia would probably be my favorite, just because I've seen clips and it's really impressive. And I just am a fan of good animation. Though I have seen some from Fire Force season 2 as well that I thought were really good. I think that show has a really cool sense of style. Um, so as for what I think is going to win, I think Hiroaka is going to win. That's what I think the people will pick.
Yeah, that's the same for me.
You
I
think-
don't think Hero. I think Hero Aka just as you see like some of the other categories, you see how many people vote for Hero Aka. So I would be fine. I don't have a clear winner among these four, but Hero Aka is probably gonna win.
All right.
My personal
Yeah,
pick of the
I
year
believe
is
so too.
Akudama Drive, which is not nominated, but I'll
well,
throw that one out there.
Nah, it's not here. We don't worry about it.
Mhm.
It doesn't exist. Too bad. All right, three guesses for My Hero. Let's see who our winner is. And our winner for the best action of 2020 is My Hero Academia. Who would have
What?
guessed?
Wow.
Wow.
I
I don't
think
even.
Grand
That's
Order did
crazy.
okay.
My
That's
Hero
fine.
I
16.
I would never have a guess. I would never guess.
I'm not even sure I want to put that one in the dub column.
Babylonia took
It
second.
doesn't even count. I'm not sure that counted.
Babylonia took seconds. Tower of God being out Fire Force though. Kind of surprising. I feel like a lot of people like really gave it a lot of hate and shit on it a lot when it was airing.
Yeah, that's
I
interesting.
think I
That's
think they might have shit on it just because they were like me and Calvin, where it was we knew the potential, and unfortunately, it just didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah. I also do feel like Fire Force died down in popularity a lot. So I feel like not many people watched it, and that could have been a big contributing factor of why Fire Force was last. But
yeah, that makes sense.
yeah,
Maybe we just don't have enough shonen trash in this server. I don't know.
Good. Thank
you
gosh.
are like 10 people in one as far as Shonen Trash is.
I'm king.
We don't need any more.
King of trash.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'll-
we're gonna move on to drama, and with that, we're gonna say goodbye to Ashley. I mean, goodbye to Chris, and welcome Ashley to the screen.
You really did this man dirty, dude. You got him on for it, like.
I mean,
category
he's
that
gonna
thought-
he's
The
gonna
worst
come back.
category
You
you
just
could have given
dumped
to.
him.
He wanted categories, and I gave him categories.
You really just did this man dirty.
I did. I realized
That's
that
a
after
chat.
looking back. But yeah. Welcome back, Ashley. We'll see Chris very shortly.
Hello.
But let's move on to drama. Our nominees for Best Drama of 2020 is Fruits Baskets season
Ooh.
2.
Is she still Chris for anyone?
Oh, I didn't change the name.
Yes, my name is definitely Chris.
You know, there's like 5 things I gotta change every single time. You know,
What
bear
happened
with
to
me
being
Do
a
here.
you have
pro?
one
What
time?
happened to being pro streamer?
ProStream was
Oh.
on like changing 20 things every 5 seconds. Anyways, our nominees: Fruits Basket second season, Snafu Climax, Somali and the Forest Spirits, and Smile Down the Runway.
Um, I've only seen Fruits Basket, and the reason why I wanted to, do this category is just because of how much I love Fruits Basket. And um, so the reason I'll talk about why I think Fruits Basket's a good drama. Um, I think that this show kind of has an appearance of like, oh, it's like a shoujo, so it's gonna be really cute and like, oh, all happy-go-lucky and like, oh, romance and all this stuff. But like, when you like get into it, the show is a lot darker and covers a lot of themes and situations that are really hard to watch. Like, it's it kind of I feel like one of the main core themes of it is like at least through the main character Tori, she like is the catalyst for everyone. She will listen to their problems or like help them through their issues, and she like is there to like say, oh, you no matter what you're going through, like everything's gonna be okay. And so I think that the show does like a really good job of is like giving most every single character a really developed backstory and like a lot of good character development. And like every single character goes through some sort of trauma or something negative, not always negative, but like bullying, for example, and like parent and family drama. And I just think that that sort of thing is all when you tie everything back together, it's like one big giant dramatic like thing. So if I were to pick like a dramatic anime to represent drama, I would say Fruits Basket would be that because of just how much stuff and hard things it covers and how like dramatic it feels at times to watch. That's just me. I don't
Alright,
know anything about the other stuff, so y'all have to talk about that.
cool. Um, I guess I'll go off and talk a little bit about Smile Down the Runway, which I think was a very like a huge underground show that was largely missed by people. It's like a good mix between drama and also keeping it like kind of shonen-y while like with a lot of competitions and action. So the whole premise of it is like this girl wants to be a model, but like models are usually very like tall and slim, and they got this like figure to them, but she's kind of short and she doesn't quite meet that requirement. So she tries her best to make her own like style and make her way up. And she has a friend who's a guy, and he's like interested in designing clothes, and they're trying to like she's trying to get him to kind of like embrace his clothes designer part. And and they do these like a bunch of competitions to try to prove themselves and work their way up. And it's like it's modeling, it's making clothes, and you think it's boring, but the show does a really good job of keeping you invested in the character and their kind of journey. And yeah, very very underrated. Anyways, Tamale, there was drama, but I feel like it was more of like a fantasy kind of. I don't want to say slice of life, but it's more like a fantasy journey thing than a drama. Like, we met characters that had a lot of like drama. We learned about their backstories, but for me, like the interesting part was them going on the trip, the little cute father, uh, child father relationship, and traveling. And there wasn't a lot of drama between the main characters for me in particular. And Snafu is just drama. It's just it's Snafu. I'll let Xander talk about it a little bit more.
I mean, I'd rather pass it off to Calvin for this one, honestly, because he's probably more of a fan of it than I am, honest.
All right,
And
Calvin.
like this category overall for me is unfortunately not something I'm well versed in. I've only really seen enough of Snafu to say anything.
Well,
Smiley looks interesting, which was I was kind of waiting for you to talk about it, so I'm glad you did because I was going to see if I was interested. But yeah, the rest of them not something I watched.
it's because it's not shown in trash.
Yeah, Shonen Trash doesn't know anything about drama. How surprising.
There's an explosion. I'm there.
All right, Calvin.
All right, but
Take us
yeah,
away.
wow, this last season of Snafu was. I feel like it was honestly, it was it took some time to get to answering it, but yeah, the entire season was basically revolving about drama, especially carrying on from season two, when they were trying to get a resolution to the question about the genuine stuff. But season three definitely goes through a lot of the dramatic aspect of Origaru, compared to the other two seasons. Going through, let's see, Hikagaya's like unfulfilled request, Yui's selfish wishes, and Yukino's like family struggles. And it focuses on like all three aspects of those in the show, and it does a pretty good job tying it all together at the end, and basically getting the expectation that pretty much all like the the light novel readers wanted. Actually, there was like some parts that they didn't get correct, but I feel like out of all these shows, I think Snafu is probably definitely
I
best drama.
I do think they did a good job of wrapping up the characters and their relationships really nicely, but I do think like the story in the show itself was painfully slow and
Yeah.
unappealing at time. Like they had the whole first half was about the prom thing, and like I couldn't care less about the prom. And I was literally like, half to through the show. But like, throughout the prom, there was like little glimpse of, the characters interacting and them growing, which is great. But like the actual plot itself was like, I really couldn't care less.
Yeah, it was definitely slow. They didn't really go into the supporting cast development a lot, and also they left out Yukino out of the show for a long while until like the very end, which was really unfortunate. And I think that caused like a lot of, I guess, backlash to the show in the beginning
Mhm.
or near the end as well. But I think overall it did a great job concluding,
All
and that's
right.
why it's like my choice.
All right. Who do we think is gonna win?
If Fruits Basket doesn't win, I'm gonna be very upset.
I think Fruits Basket wins. I think
Like
enough.
I feel like out of all these shows, that this one is definitely the most like it fits drama the most, in my honest and humble opinion.
I
All
mean, I
right.
have no personal stake in this. I just think Fruits
I
Basket is
yeah,
cool.
I believe Fruit Basket's gonna win.
I
All right.
think people have but more people have watched both Snafu and Fruits Basket, but I've heard more positive things about Fruits Basket compared to Snafu. So
Mhm.
All right. We got 3 votes for Fruits Baskets. Let's see. And our winner for best drama of 2020 is Snafu with a
oh,
whopping
Disappointing. I'm
57%
disappointed.
votes.
Very disappointed.
Yeah.
whoa!
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
Then
That's a
again,
win
I
run.
don't.
So,
Actually.
Then again, I don't know if it's fair
That
for me to
was
say that I'm
nowhere
disappointed
near
because I
what I
didn't
thought was
finish.
gonna happen.
all right. So we had
Jeez.
57% vote for Snafu, 32 for Fruits Baskets, and like 5% each for Somali and Smile Down the Runway.
That's
Wait, that's almost double. Holy
oh.
okay.
Yeah. The Snafu fan base, you thought, the My Hero was the problem?
No, I
Snafu's
mean,
up there too.
I'm honestly surprised because I really thought that people who watched, or maybe people did watch both and then picked Fruits Basket, but apparently more people watched Snafu and not Fruits Basket. So okay, color me surprised.
Yep. Wow.
本当びっくりした.
I
Okay.
feel like maybe more people probably watch Snafu.
Oh, the
I feel like
boomers.
maybe sometimes people think that Fruits Basket's like a romance, like typical like shoujo, and like they're like, oh, I'm not really into that, and so they just like write it off without
Yeah.
like giving it a chance. But that's just what I think.
Kodo, I think I was the other one, not gonna lie, which is feels bad. Anyways, this is where we say goodbye to Ashley,
No, it's dinner
and
time for me. Bye.
I think that's the last we ever see of Ashley.
Johnny.
No, I'm coming back for romance.
Oh right. I
Stay
thought
tuned.
I thought this was romance for a second. My bad. But yeah,
No, no.
check out My Favorite Romance. But we're gonna say goodbye to Ashley for now and bring back Chris. So let me go ahead and swap you guys out. All right. Next category is adventure fantasy. Our nominees for best adventure fantasy for 2020 is Great Pretender, Keep Your Hand Off Ezraken, The Misfit of Demon King Academy, and Decadence. All right. Uh,
Let's let Chris go first. He's really having much of a good time with the last one.
Yeah, I've actually seen these shows. I haven't seen Misfit of Demon King, which I've heard is very funny.
yeah, I'm
Um,
surprised it's
but
not
I don't
in
know if it's quite
comedy.
to the caliber of the rest of them. It's definitely fantasy though. As far as like sort of absurd comedy shows, I've seen a scene in which he throws an entire castle at someone, which is really great. This is a really hard category in my opinion because I think we have some serious anime of the year contenders here. Um, like I think Great Pretender and Azoken are both pretty strong anime of the year contenders. Um, I also personally like Decadence a lot. I don't think everyone liked it. I think it was a little bit more divisive.
Well,
Um,
you and Xander would get along swimmingly then.
does he like it?
He really likes it.
I will.
Yeah.
Great Pretend, or sorry, Decadence is the only one I'm shilling for on this one because as much as like the other ones are good, like I like Decadence the most, and because of Tim's rules, Decadence was my pick for anime. Would have been my pick for anime of the year. Spoiler, but
Wow. If I'm spoiling, I've already done.
Uh, only you
I get
nominated
actually.
Decadence
I'll
for
hold
Anime
it.
of the Year. That's why I didn't make it.
I'll hold my anime of the year takes for the end of the show. I will say that all three of those made it really high on my list, and it's kind of a kill your darlings to have to pick between Great Pretender and Azoken for me. Um, I think I end up leaning a little bit towards Great Pretender at the end of the day. I just had too much fun with it. It just does everything right.
So yeah, I think so. Great Pretender, Ezoken, and Decadence were three really great shows, and they honestly do deserve this the spot. I'm not really sure about Misfit being on here. That's a strange nomination,
Yeah.
but so Decadence, I actually really enjoyed Decadence a lot while watching through it. Um, but I feel like a lot of people did have some problems with it, and it probably won't be up on the list as other people think. But out of all these shows, I'll say Great Pretender. I had like the most fun, like Chris said. Um, it was a lot of like great storylines, and just going through it was pretty fun overall watch together. Um, and yeah,
Yeah. Misfits definitely kind of the weird outlier. I do know like a lot of people really did like it. Um,
well, yeah, I
but
don't think it's
they liked it because of like how over the top, like, checking castles across the you know the plains, and like, so I feel like it's more for like the outlandish satire comedy that is popular. But I mean, I get why, I can see why it's here, but I don't
I think
think.
so. There's a difference between enjoyable and like probably like award winning like levels of good. I think that Misfit of Demon King was a funny and enjoyable series, but I don't. You're not going to see it win any
Yeah.
awards. There's really no depth to any of the characters other than
Yeah,
hey, we're funny.
This is
Um,
exactly.
this is one of those cases where it's like, oh, like what's your favorite show that fits this genre, not like what's your favorite show that did this genre the best. You know, it's the same. We had this same issue with like the action, but it's not with this show.
hmm
Decadence, I I I thought Decadence was enjoyable. It was fun, but I obviously didn't like it as much as Xander and Chris. Great Pretender, like, we all said we had fun with it, and I think it was fun. Like, I think my like quick review visit was like, they gave like the Uniweaver's card like 5 times over in like one episode, and it was just fun to watch them like trick us over and over again. I know a lot of people have issues with the last couple of episodes, but I didn't mind it as much. But I do think it was a little bit rough of an ending. Um, Ezukin's just great. It's, everything. But it's kind of weak on the adventure fantasy side for me. I mean, yes, they're
It's
going
hard
kind
to
of,
pin down
yes,
as a genre.
they kind of go in adventure. adventure, but it's like in their like anime to go on an adventure, not so much like or the imagination to go on an adventure rather than an actual adventure.
Yeah,
So, but I did really enjoy it.
it's excellent. It's a great love letter to the medium and to the creative process for anyone who like enjoys making stuff. I think it's a really good show for that. It's also just super cool and the characters are great. And Kanamori's best girl got snubbed a little bit from the earlier categories. Um, but yeah, despite that, I think, and despite Decadence having one of the coolest like worlds and premises of a show I saw this year, I still gotta stick with Great Pretender.
I
Too
mean,
good.
without spoiling things, if you want to know what Decadence is worth like, for anyone who hasn't watched it, think of like what Darling in the Franxx could have been. That's Decadence. Decadence is just better Darling.
It really is.
Yeah.
It,
It
they kind of do the premise a lot better.
yeah, it has
Yeah.
such a great original storyline to it. Like
I don't
you
actually
don't
think
really,
it's that similar to Darling for the record.
Yeah,
For those who are getting
Oh,
it.
no.
I,
No,
I don't
if
know
I'm-
where the
if
comparison
no,
is.
if I'm giving like people who haven't watched it without screwing anything over, because I
Oh,
don't.
sure.
This is one of the ones
Okay.
I will not spoil. This is
Watch-
just better Darling. Go watch it. It's amazing.
I
Just
would
watch
say
the first 2 episodes.
it's more
That's all
Attack
I
on
have.
Titan than Darling. From like
Shh, Tim,
what you
shut up.
what
We're not
they,
saying
their
anything.
their
No,
gear
he's right, he's
like
right,
them
the
fighting the
gear is-
monster
yeah.
is basically like the air gear and they're stuck in like an enclosed civilization surrounded by monsters. That's Attack on Titan.
It's like post-apocalyptic world. They live in a giant moving vehicle
All right,
punch monster.
okay.
And then the
We can
3D
move
maneuver
on.
gear is basically done with the
Yeah.
anti-gravity
and,
field.
and then it's like Attack on Titan, but they it's like
Yeah,
they maneuver in
it's
3D
alright.
space instead of
That's
it's
fair,
the road.
that's
much
fair.
more Attack on Titan than I would say Darling.
Point B, go watch it.
Anyways, predictions. We got a topic. Chris.
Okay.
I think Great Pretender is probably the one that most people watched and enjoyed, so I'm gonna go ahead and stick with that one.
Xander.
I'm gonna agree. Out of the four, I think the two most watched are gonna be Misfit and Great Pretender, and Great Pretender will be the more highly valued one.
Does that
so
mean
that
you
should
think
win.
Misfit's gonna be
That should win.
second?
I'm not sure about second, but if I had to pick a winner, it's gonna be between Great Pretender and Misfit, and Great Pretender is probably gonna win.
All right.
So
Calvin.
To be honest, I don't think Misfit is that high up there, but my choice would definitely be Great Pretender. It's just a show that almost anyone can really watch, and it pretty much keeps you on your feet throughout this season.
All
yeah,
right.
that definitely be my choice.
All right, and now winner for best romance, not best romance, best adventure fantasy for 2020
Best
is
romance.
is Great Pretender with 41% of the vote.
Ooh, Decadence got second.
Ooh.
Nice.
Decadence for second, and then Misfit and Ezoken tied
Tied.
for third.
Faith has risen just a little for that Decadence second place. Thank goodness people actually watched it more than I thought.
All right.
Go watch Decadence, please.
Oh, I'm sure we'll talk about it again at some point. The rest of the show.
I will say Great Pretender is what we're watching in our anime meeting right now.
Ooh,
So if you guys
nice.
haven't seen it, you guys should join
Oh, yeah.
our weekly anime meeting to watch
That
us
is
as a club.
6 to 8, I believe, every
Yeah.
Wednesday with Lucas in the Discord.
Yes.
If you don't have the
Definitely-
Discord,
Definitely worth watching.
check out the
An
top
easy
left
show
of
to
the
get
screen.
to.
There's the Discord.
It's on the top
And even
left.
if you miss it, it's on Netflix, so it's really easy to catch back up for the meetings.
All right. I think we say goodbye to Chris again,
Goodbye.
Bye.
and we
I'll be
bring
back soon.
we bring back Connor.
Oh, great. The trash can's back.
That. All right.
It's unfortunate.
Shonen trash or trash taste? Who wins?
Our
Giguk is also shown in trash. So
Yeah,
our next
and that's what-
topic
You
is
think I watch
comedy,
Giguk?
and our nominees for best comedy for 2020 is
what's up, Ashley?
Ash. Okay.
I'm gonna keep memeing.
You know what? I'll change it later. Our best
Ooh.
nominees for best comedy is Kaguya Season 2, Villainous,
Connor Sumidid.
Ishizuka Reviewers, and Isekai Quartet 2.
All right,
Alright.
just because I have trash taste doesn't mean I'm worse than you, Xander.
It actually does, because I don't have trash taste.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, these are.
Your turn. So it's just Kaguya, right? Unless people went for the Ishizoku reviewers meme.
Okay, all right, hold on. All right, so in terms of what I personally picked, it's actually Isekai Quartet too. I just
Wow.
have I have way too much
Really?
enjoyment from the
Huh.
sort of like Avengers dynamic. You get a giant crossover, a bunch of these like some of my favorite isekai series. So I get way too, and they're all like comedic aspects too. So I get way too much enjoyment out of that compared to the other ones. That's just me. But,
You
yeah,
enjoyed Isekai Quartet 2 more than Kaguya-sama.
because
And
I read the
and
manga.
Ishizoku reviewers.
I already read the whole thing for Kaguya. All right, so
Yeah, me too.
watching it a second time, other than like Ishigami's like, um, you know, center stage portions, I didn't enjoy it as much because I already knew what happened, and then also Ishigami's parts weren't comedy, like at the very least, like the serious parts, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
But I do
I
think
pick.
they weren't that serious in a sense, and the entire show is mainly just comedy.
What do you expect me to pick? Reviewers?
They-
Hell?
Yeah,
Yes.
No.
I honestly think that there's a decent chance Ishizoku reviewers wins here solely for the meme.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I think there's a decent. I agree. There's a decent chance it wins because our club is full of degenerates. I count like 8 of them in the chat right now.
Don't talk like you're not one of them.
I'm not. I did vote for
Okay, look,
reviewers.
look, Okay, for Ishizoku reviewers, I was watching this with a couple friends, getting drunk, eating double day pizza, and honestly, just binging all 12 episodes was probably like the greatest fun I ever had in a while. It was just such a degenerate show that it was honestly just something that I would just keep in my mind for a while. It's just hilarious. But
Is it like
I will say
it's like bringing back the
Kaguya-sama.
Era Manga Sensei nights?
Yeah. But I will say Kaguya-sama would definitely beat all these shows out of the water. Since it's just overall a show that everyone can pretty much like.
I think
No
I
one
think
like really dislikes as much, and it's a good comedy show.
At the
overall.
very least, I'm not going to say that reviewers is last in this category. I think Villainous is also kind of outclassed by the other three, personally, in terms of humor. So at least it's not
Yeah.
last on my list, but it's also not first or second.
I mean,
It's
if you look at it,
third.
if you look at it objectively, I mean, Kaguya is just like by and far objectively the best comedy. Like you can have like subjective opinions on like what you enjoyed more, but if you look at it like comedy-wise, Kaguya is just like head and shoulders above everyone else.
My pins are purely objective, so
I would say I think the funniest moment I think of all year was from Kaguya. Like it was definitely less comedy than the first season, but all my best like comedic moments were all still from Kaguya.
Yeah.
I was to say for people in chat who was complaining about Kashigoto, it missed out by 1 vote. So that feels bad for you
That's so
guys.
sad.
Unfortunate.
so that's on y'all.
Yeah,
Got 'em.
you guys should have nominated more. Well, yeah, I
All
think
right.
well good. Let's do
I mean-
predictions. Sound with
that-
Connor. Oh, you got more to say,
Kaguya. No, it's just Kaguya.
Xander?
That's tough. I'm trying to gauge
It's
my
tough.
expectations on reviewers. I'm trying to gauge how degenerate the club has decided to show itself. I am going to wager on Kaguya.
All right, Calvin.
I will say the same. Like, there is a bunch of degenerates in the club. But I don't think they outweigh the remaining rest of the club when it comes to this. But I'll choose Kaguya as well.
All right. So, our winner for Best Comedy of 2020 is Kaguya with a whopping 56% of the votes
Ooh,
and a
okay.
3-way tie for second with all the rest of them.
Amazing.
That's actually pretty
I
good.
mean, okay, so I was very scared that the degenerates would come out first, but it's okay, we're good. It's another dub in the dub column.
I feel like people enjoyed Kaguya too much to miss out on voting on Kaguya. Like I know if Kaguya wasn't on that list, I probably would have voted for Ishizoku.
Thank
Like I
you.
would have just gone for reviewers just for the meme.
I think you
Yeah, same.
underestimate the power of beamers sometimes.
I see.
We won this battle. I don't know
This
what the
time.
next one's gonna happen, but
Look, I was trying to get Tim to put reviewers on more than one category. It didn't fly.
Was it you?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh my god. You're lucky that other people voted for it.
I didn't. I nominated it at one point, but it was after the fact when I noticed that it only got into one category.
Yo, D-Gens, rise up.
Good riddance.
Exactly.
I would say Review is a fun show to watch with the boys.
Yeah, definitely with the boys.
Best
It-
comedy.
Gosh.
It's a whole nother
Yeah,
thing though.
And you
it
can
brings
drink
back
like
good memories.
yeah, it's such a fun show. Just like chugging shots too.
Yeah.
But did you when Arrow Manga Sensei was airing, did you guys not just have like nights with the boys just binging Arrow Manga Sensei?
No, why would I watch Arrow? Okay, so all right. So before we move on, my philosophy on anime, by the way, is I will watch things that I think are interesting or watch like my favorite scenes from manga I've already read. All right, why would I spend 30 minutes or 22 minutes without like the openings or and ads or whatever, sitting there watching Arrow Manga Sensei?
Wait.
Because you're a
Counterpoint.
DJ.
Repeat the question.
Counter-
Arrow
count-
Manga
counter-
Sensei.
Counterpoint. Xander, you literally like I think a couple of months ago, you literally sat with us to watch High School DxD in my apartment. The first season and half the second season.
DxD
That's
has a redhead in it.
You're literally a DGen too.
You ever watch DxD without
Okay,
Rios?
Megumi from Arrow
No.
Manga Sensei has orange hair. It's close enough.
That's oh my gosh! I can't believe you just said that.
I'm sorry for exposing you, Xander, but I just had to prove you wrong.
No,
You're
you didn't
also a
exploit
DGen.
me. I'm completely fine with people knowing I watched DxD with the boys, but like there was a reason for it. There was a reason for it. There was a redhead in
There was
it.
a redhead.
is
So I'm taking Xander's not a fan of mirror tights either.
No, I'm not.
all right. I think we're gonna move on now.
So yeah, so any future anime producers, make sure you have a red hair and you're etchy anime.
It's not a free
Then I can
ad.
watch it.
It just helps like a lot.
And it just helps.
Dan,
Alright.
did you just almost spoil the?
Shh. I forgot I had the screen up. Okay. You didn't see anything. All right. Bye, Connor. We're gonna kick you out and bring Chris back in.
Thank
Bye-bye.
goodness.
All right. Let me do the things. All right. Cool. Welcome back, Chris. All right.
Glad to be back.
Down to Slice of Life. Our nominees. Chris's favorite category, obviously.
Hmm.
Our nominees for Slice of Life is Bofuri, Tonikaku Kawaii, Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle, and A Sentence of a Bookworm Season 2.
Can I trade for Thriller Mystery?
Uh,
I've seen one of these. No, yeah, trade
Okay,
Connor. Let's go.
okay.
Let's trade. Tag out. Real quick. Sleepy Princess is my favorite. I think it's really good.
get out of here. You don't exist anymore. Get out. Get out of here.
Cotter back.
Bring him back.
Bubble.
If you could do the mute and unmute, that would be
Yeah, I can hold it.
awesome.
See, Xander, you thought you could escape.
I'm not running. I don't have to run anywhere. I'm here the whole time. I just have to wait for you to walk up, poke your head up, and hit you with the hammer. It's just fucking
It's
whack-a-mole to me
whack-a-mole?
right now.
Okay. Anyways,
I'm being abused by my general officer.
Slice of Life. Let's go.
Okay, I think the same person who voted for Bofuri before voted for Bofuri again. Still have not watched it, but I think we have a pretty good lineup for the rest of them. I've actually seen all
I
these.
would say-
Bookworm was like,
I would say Bofuri actually makes a lot more sense in Slice of Life
yeah,
than Besker. Like the whole that was the whole vibe was like your typical OP fantasy character, but like in a wholesome manner instead of like, oh, look at me, chuck castles across the sky, or you can't, when I die I don't die. Oh, it was actually a wholesome take, so I'm okay with Bofuri being here.
yeah. No, I
It-
agree. I think it's a good spot here. I just can't really comment on it. Haven't really watched it yet. It looks good though. But I don't know. I feel like the rest of the lineup is really good too though. Like Sleepy Princess and the Demon Castle, we watched that with Lucas on one of the anime nights last semester. Very comfy show. Definitely had a lot of good fluff moments, very similar to Tonikawa, except I'd probably say Tonikawa edges it out right there, just because Nasa and Tsukasa are just too good together. And Bookworm was probably like, I don't want to say one of the more plot focused one of them, but it definitely felt more like, I don't know how to
It,
describe it. It just was more like atmospheric.
it's
They're all good options.
definitely the most plot heavy of the four,
Yeah.
and yeah, I know I said before it was a good fit, but whether I think it beats the other three, I don't think so. And Kawaii and Sleepy Princess was basically the same one premise slash joke, just repeated over for 12 episodes. So either you like really liked it or you were sick and tired of it. It's kind of depends on how you view these kind of shows.
Yeah.
I feel like the
feel
server
like
liked it.
I
There you
think.
go, Calvin.
for yeah. So Sleepy Princess on Demon Castle was I enjoyed it. It was just wholesome comedy, to be honest, throughout the entire show. Yeah, it was like repeating the same concept every single time, but it was an enjoyable show to watch. But I feel like the number one pick would definitely be Tonikaku Kawaii. It was just pure wholesomeness. My heart, I think all people's hearts can't handle it at all, dude. So good. And I feel like it's like it best represents slice of life genre. Going through their relationship and whatnot throughout the season.
Agreed.
Sandra, you got anything here?
Damn, I was about to say that if I had to judge what represents the slice of life genre the best, I have to pick the show that bores me the most.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Wow.
Trash.
Can we get
Shonen
Xander thrown off
trash.
the panel?
Yo, can you kick him off?
Yeah, no.
Ashley or something?
slice of life, not my favorite genre, but if I had to pick a show that emphasized or that kind of exemplified slice of life the best, I would actually say that Sleepy Princess probably looks like it'd be the it'd be the best slice of life. I'll go to that one.
I've never seen Sangatsu no Lion.
Yeah, Josh has already tried to stab me for that one. Hope he's not watching.
Actually disgusting.
This-
Hey, I know Sangatsu no Lion's like was it second or third ED? Orion? Really good song.
Yeah, Orion's.
Okay. But yeah, I would probably edge towards Kawaii because Principal Princess kind of it felt a little repetitive and dry with the joke, especially towards like it came back with the last couple episodes, but before that I was kind of a little like sick of the gag. But
I feel like also a lot of like just from talking with people on the server, I feel like a lot more people have like have more investment in Tonikawa than Sleepy Princess. Because Sleepy Princess is just like your typical seasonal slice of life, like, oh yeah, I'm
Mhm.
watching that, but like it's not really like a standout. It's just kind of there. But Tonikawa is one that people were really looking forward to, and that did end up meeting a lot of people's expectations, especially later in the season.
Bookworm was a little bit of a niche pick because everyone who like watched it enjoyed it, but not many people actually watched it. So it's probably not going to be a strong contender,
Sadly, it
sadly.
was a good show. I think I still voted for Tonikawa even though I watched it though.
Okay. All right, predictions. Connor.
Yeah, Tonikawa. It's just too much.
All right, Xander.
That's tough. I actually don't, I can't gauge people's interest in this one. I'm gonna guess Tonikaku Kawaii, but we'll see.
Yep.
All right,
Same for me.
Xander.
Tonikawa.
All right, 3 votes for Tony Kawai. All right, and the winner of the best slice of life of 2020 is Tonikake Kawaii with
Hey.
51% of the vote.
Ooh.
Bookworm actually took second with 20%, followed by Sleepy
Hey.
Princess and Bofuri with last.
A boring dub, but a dub nonetheless.
Okay, Xander. I don't know why I'm considered the one to have controversial opinions when Xander's right
Oh,
here.
man, everyone thinks I have controversial opinions, but they're just wrong. You know, controversy doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I'm not telling you the truth.
That's debatable.
Like y'all really think Bluebird is like B tier and Naruto openings. Like, get the hell out of here.
Okay, let's get some chat interaction.
What is
Chat,
wrong with y'all?
give me an F in the chat if Xander's opinions are incorrect.
See, if we were affiliated, we could have a poll, but you guys don't follow this channel, so we can't
I
get
mean, y'all can
affiliate.
do a lazy straw poll and people would still say I'm wrong. But again,
Nah.
just because more people say I'm wrong does not mean that I get any less right.
No, it means you're wrong.
No, it doesn't.
All right. Do we kick?
Look at the chat interaction.
Dang, look at all that.
Are we gonna kick Xander off for romance?
Definitely.
I mean,
I think it's a good idea.
What are the nominations, real quick? If I don't know any of them, then I'll just let Ashley on
Um,
because you could leave. Well, Ashley's supposed to come on anyways, but like you can keep Connor or whatever.
Yeah.
Villain yesterday, Adachi and girlfriend.
Villain yesterday, Adachi and girlfriend. Yeah, you can have Ashley for this one or
Cool.
Connor.
Hey, my
Uh,
favorite genre.
All right. Let me
Habu Champu.
get rid of you, and I'm assuming Xander's gonna let Ashley in.
Chat, we did it. We got Xander off the bench.
Hi,
I
Ashley.
stole Xander's
Let's
spot.
go. Hey, that's
Let's
a win. That's
go.
one of my books.
That's a big dub.
Okay.
The big top in my book.
All right. You guys heard the nomination before, but let's make this official. Our nominees for Best Romance of 2020 is My Next Life as a Villainess, Sing Yesterday for Me, Adachi to Shinamura, and Rent a Girlfriend. All right.
Ooh,
Ashley,
okay.
you want to kick this off?
Yes. It's funny because I was looking at all these nominations, and like, I, I feel like some of them don't. Well, they all have romance in them, but like some of them, I feel like the romance is like not the main thing. I don't know. Okay, so at least for My Next Life as a Villain, it's like yes, she's like constantly getting paired with the guys, and it's like a reverse harem, so she's always having romantic interactions with them, right? But like I feel like the romance part isn't like it's not about the romance, it's about the comedy, I feel like. But that's just my opinion. Sing Yesterday for me, I feel like this one, I don't know if you guys agree, but like it started off really strong. Like I remember watching the first episode, I was like, dang, this is gonna be really good. Like the romance feels like kind of realistic and like not like comedy at all. Like it's I was expecting like some good drama and some good romance, but then like I feel like what happened was the anime kind of like rushed things at the end. I don't know if y'all agree. Tim, I think you told me that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was so angry because when I saw Sing Yesterday for Me came out and I was watching it, I was like, wow, finally, a actual good rom-com is coming out. That's great. And
Rom-com?
it revolves around
It's not
like
really a comedy, I don't
Well,
think.
I don't.
Yeah. That's a little-
Rom-com is not a good word to use.
Just romance and drama.
Yeah.
And, like,
I mean, no,
yeah.
there was definitely comment in it. I would say, yeah, there's drama, but I would just call it rom-com because it's easier in my mind.
Okay.
That's not what
But
I would think of as a rom-com, but okay.
But
I mean,
yeah, it was
yeah.
like it was really good. It had a really good start, and then it
Yeah.
was just right at the end. They rushed the ending, and it just fell apart at that point.
We also,
Yeah.
yeah, we had that whole side plot with the brother that no one really cared about either. The art
Yeah, that
student
was
dude.
really weird.
I
was,
feel
like,
like
Yeah.
we could have removed
confused.
him from the entire series, and nothing would be like missed. It would actually improve the show.
Yeah, I did like that they portrayed like a relationship that didn't work out very well, and like they handled things like in an adult like way. Like there was no like, oh my god, cat fights and like annoying drama. Like in like Rent a Girlfriend, there's a lot of that like crazy drama. But like
Hmm.
Seeing Yesterday for me, like it kind of felt more down to earth and
Yeah.
real. So like in that regard, I like it. I still don't like the ending that much. Like it was a start off strong, kind of end weak for me. Rent a Girlfriend, like I don't know. It definitely. I feel like it's more of the comedy again.
For Rent a
It's a
Girlfriend.
rom com, so
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really hard. Like for me, like, to rate a good romance, it's like I'm more of the type that likes the feel good, like sweet stuff. Like Tim, what is it? Tsukigakure,
Hmm.
stuff
A
like that.
Yeah.
Where it's like wholesome and like sweet and like lots of just like I don't know. That's the word to describe it is wholesome and like more realistic, I guess. But
agree.
that's not to say. Okay, yeah, not to say that Rent a Girlfriend was bad. I still thought it was really fun to watch and funny. And I have not seen Adachi Toshima Mura yet.
Think
Adachi.
citrus, but like minus the like
I know.
uncomfortable amounts of Yuri.
You,
It's like more manageable
I,
citrus.
I hate the fact that you say citrus because it's Yuri. It's nothing. It's nothing like
No,
citrus.
I know, but
It's
like
the only thing it's got going for is Yuri, like similarity. But like, I see what they're doing with Adachi. Like they had uh one of them who's just like super like bold with her feelings, but she's very shy on the outside, and then the other one who's like super bold on the outside, but she's like very like shy and unsure about her feelings on the inside, and that creates some kind of interesting like dynamic between the two.
Mm.
But it was a whole lot of like build up to literally like nothing happen at the end, and I think that's
Oh, it
what's really
sucks.
kind of killed it. And I feel like it was kind of like, oh, let's read or season two for to find out more kind of thing. But
I
it,
hate when the animes do that. Just like I want to know what happened.
like nothing like comes out of their relationship from like episode one to like the end, basically. I mean, it's some a little bit, but like nothing to really say anything about.
yeah,
Um,
it reminded me a lot of Bloom Into You actually.
well,
Like
Bloom to You actually had
I
a
mean,
lot.
yeah,
I mean, I think Bloom to
like
You because they do. I mean, like this is just like you take shows that takes Yui like seriously and not isn't just like oh he's like fan service bait is like kind of rare. So I'm much I still wouldn't make the comparison between the two, but I'd much rather you compare Adachi to Bloom to You than Citrus because Citrus was
yeah.
literally just like here's
Like
some Yui fan service for you
no,
guys.
citrus is just a meme, but like I actually liked Bloom Into You. I feel like this had the potential to be like similar and like appeal to a similar crowd. It just didn't really like stick the ending of like actually going somewhere. Like I feel like it's one of yeah, like you guys are saying, like a season two would definitely improve it, or like maybe if they had like a two core,
Yep.
like it definitely would have made it a lot better.
Uh, Adachi also had a lot of like conflict, but it was kind of internal conflict between like the two of them and like their internal feelings. While Bloom to You was like a lot more like outside people were involved, and it's like them accepting and discovering with other people. But we're not talking about here about Bloom to You. We're here about Adachi. But yeah, I think yesterday Ashley pretty much nailed it, where it had a really good start, but it ended poorly, and it kind of sucked because yeah, we don't see a lot of serious dramas these days. It's always like high school romance drama about we were all high schoolers. We know like us making we like to make drama and everything, but that's not how real life drama actually is. It was nice to see that, but didn't stick the landing. Villainous, I agree. It was more of a comedy than it was like a romance. Like it's a harem. You can't like have any serious romance between them and the girls. Um, Rent a Girlfriend. Rent a Girlfriend is just like best girl like competition.
It's best
Who
girl battle royale.
who is best? I mean that's not true
Yeah,
because there is only one best girl, but
Yo,
it's
mommy,
like
right?
yeah. I was
I'm,
gonna say
I'm,
we
I'm
need to like
just
we need
I'm,
to dedicate the rest of the section to like rating the Rent a Girlfriend girls.
uh
Mommy is definitely 10.
I'm just gonna just like eat Calvin out of you. No. There is one best girl, but it's all about the
I
girls and
was
not about the actual like romance. I mean, it does in the manga later, but the first season is really about oh look how like amazing all these girls are, or like one of the girls is at least.
You see, you have to imagine it like it's a dumpster fire, but you have to accept that you are trash that is in the dumpster fire with it, and then you have to like pick which one you're sticking with.
It's
Like you have to
it's
you have to you know it's trashy. You know that like
yeah,
it's bad. It's like sugar. You don't like you shouldn't have a ton of it, but like
like
you do anyway.
it's a
like
guilty
domestic
pleasure.
girlfriend.
Yeah, like I'm gonna say, it's a guilty pleasure anime where you know it's bad, but it's still enjoyable. just like how Domestic Girlfriend was. That's the best comparison to make for it. But yeah, anyone has anything else to say about these things?
Okay.
Sumi best girl, otherwise no.
Sumi is
Okay,
best girl.
predictions.
Yeah, let's start with predictions.
I
Let's start with Ashley, I guess.
honestly, this is really hard because I don't think any of these really are like that romance. Like they don't fit my romance thing. I think when I voted for this, I think I voted for Sing Yesterday for me just because it had like those adult, like more, what is it, mature romance. But
Hmm.
I don't think it's gonna win. I feel like because Rent a Girlfriend's popular, I feel like Rent a Girlfriend's gonna win. So probably Rent a Girlfriend.
Connor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Rent a Girlfriend. I personally think that in terms of actual like romance, it's probably Adachi Toshinomura, and I'm pretty sure I actually voted for that because that like even though
Hmm.
the ending is like, kind of iffy, like at least it's like going somewhere. Rent a Girlfriend is like it's gonna take like at least like 40 to 50 episodes to take like a single step. Like it's just not going anywhere.
Yeah. I also think Rental Girlfriend's just gonna win by a huge margin because I don't believe that many people from Club actually watch the other three shows compared to Rent a Girlfriend.
Gotcha.
So it's going to just win a lot by mainly popularity.
All right, 3 votes for Went to Girlfriend, and let's see what's our winner. Our winner for Best Romance for 2020 is Went to Girlfriend with 44% of the vote, and Villainous was second with 30% of the vote.
Villain.
That's
That
that's a
Huh.
Yeah,
sad
I feel
that's a sad dub.
Sing Yesterday with
I
third,
think
and Adachi in last place. Big rip.
Villainous?
yeah, I
Huh.
think
Adachi's
Sing
in
Yesterday for me is
last?
too niche maybe.
Damn.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Adachi
Yeah.
with 4
Adachi was
votes.
definitely a really niche choice. But honestly, I would have chose that over Villainous, to be honest.
Yeah, like I do think Villainous is much more of a
It's
comedy,
Villainous
harem.
like
harem
yeah,
comedy than like
Yeah, it was
an
really
actual
more comedy
romance.
based.
But I don't know. But yeah, Brandon suggested we also do what people would like to win, not instead of like prediction of what will win. And I feel like we kind of already do that without discussion, but we can make like a formal, uh, what you think wins and what you will think was gonna win. We can do
Mhm.
like we can like make it formalized if you want, Brandon. But yeah, Villainous. No, went to Girlfriend and Villainous. 19 to 13 votes, so 6 votes difference.
disappointment. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined, and my faith in the club has been destroyed.
I don't
Well,
think these were the best nominations, but
it
We
was
should Daniel snap it.
it was bound to happen
okay.
eventually.
So we're getting rid of half the club. I'm down.
August.
So just give it a Xander is what I'm hearing.
All right, I gotta leave now.
Yep, we're gonna say goodbye
Alright.
to Ashley, and we're gonna say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Ashley.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Bye. I think that's it for you, right? Yeah, Ashley's gone. Poof. Never see you again.
The only correct taste is my taste.
All right, and we're gonna bring in Chris, which this is gonna take a hot second. Do that. Turn that on.
I told you all the boring categories are kind of freelo.
I don't know about Freelo.
Yo, give me
There's a
give me
freelo
Muto.
guess right there, man. Free dub, free dub.
All right, I think we are good now.
God, I can't wait to watch the next episode of Boruto, right guys? Smiley face.
Actually, I think Xander's actually watches that.
I don't actually. I read the manga.
Uh, Basically the same thing. Anyways, our next topic is thriller mystery, I believe. Let me make everything disappear. All right, thriller mystery. Our nominees are. Hold on. Scroll up. Okay, cool. Our nominees are It Invaded, Tanda's Nana, Toilet
I got
Bound,
this.
Haruko-kun, and Darwin's Game.
Wow. All right.
Pretty half decent pool right here.
To
Not
mix it up a
too
little bit, I
bad.
have seen every anime on this list.
Whoa,
Whoa.
that's
Whoa.
crazy.
All right.
All right.
I actually have not seen Toilet Bound or Talentus Nana. Well, I've seen the other two.
Xander, what have you seen out of these so we can divvy up talk about them?
Just Nana.
Okay. You want to grab that one then?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So I guess if I'm starting off, Nana is an interesting premise. It's basically what you take if you like. I think I would describe it if you cross like Danganronpa and My Hero, kind of cross the two settings together. You've got like a thriller mystery about um, a killer in a group of students, and all the students have superpowers. And plot twist comes early, so I mean, I still enjoy
Yeah.
spoiling mystery
Mute screen.
anime.
Hey, mute stream if you don't want to hear about the twist for Nana, because we're probably gonna have to talk about it to talk about the show real quick. But you should just watch episode 1 if you want to
Well,
go in blind. I assume most people have heard about it by now.
I mean, even if these are fair game and like you're watching awards, I still like out of principle, I respect thriller mystery. A lot of it is the twist, so I don't enjoy spoiling it. But if we are going to talk about it, I do
we'll,
again
we'll
like,
just say
be very
there's
important to you.
someone's killing people in the school, and
It sets itself up to be a battle shonen, like very much like Hero Aka with kids as superheroes, and then quickly becomes a show where you're following an assassin as they try to kill um, other students at the school. But then the plot also does develop and change quite a bit over time. So it's quite a ride. I think if you add it's definitely Danganronpa, definitely Hero Aka, and then a little bit of Death Note in there because you have this dynamic between these two people trying to outfox and like outwit each other, and being like, oh, if he does this, I'll do this. Very much reminiscent of like the L and Light
Oh, that's
dynamic.
fair. That's a good point. It is a very L and light dynamic.
yeah,
But
especially with the two people, which
Yeah,
two are like going back and
yeah,
forth.
yeah.
But people like to say this is like basically Among Us the anime, which I don't think is true because Kanto no Astra was Among Us the anime.
Yeah,
But
hey, give it
um,
some space.
I guess it's a good way to say it's like My Hero crossover with Among Us. But my problem with this show is that it becomes a different show like halfway through the season. Like the whole like first bit is like, this person trying to kill people and get away with it. But like at a certain point, it's like this person gets caught, but nothing happens because everyone in the show is like a psychopath. They don't care. And
It's
she
not
gets,
just that. No. She gets out of it.
but she gets,
She was.
but like they catch her. They like find out that she's like they find out that they're the killer like 3 times, but they don't turn them in. They're like, oh, we're just gonna go and get rid of you myself or for my own reasons, kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
like at that point there's no like tension but oh will she get caught because like to me like if she gets caught I know that's going to happen because they're all like psychopaths so it for me it turns from this like intense like will she get away with it to like oh well she get caught now what's going to happen kind of a show.
I don't agree with Tim on this. I think that it has a really good sense of pacing, and that if you're okay with the
I
story going places, then it's not a problem.
I don't think
Um,
it's bad because of that. I just think it's a different show than what you come into,
yeah, I think if
which
you what you want is the initial. If you like the premise after the like episode 1 or 2, just acknowledge that things are going to change a lot as it goes on, and like new elements are added. But I do think I was just impressed how much that I really like was almost rooting against the main character for the first part, just because it's like fun and they're obviously not good, but there's so much heart in the back half of the show, and I ended up caring a lot more than I thought I would, which is why and also the end is very sad and tragic of this season. So I'm excited for more.
I
I
think
might go read the manga.
people have some hot takes on the ending. I think based off
I
if I
think it's
remember
great.
correctly.
Anyway, we can move on. We're talking about one show a lot.
Yeah.
Um,
All right. Anyways, Darwin's game. You want to do that, Chris?
I thought Darwin's game was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be bad, and it was okay. Kind of a fun
Oh,
death game anime. That's about it.
for me, it was just like I usually have that one guilty pleasure anime to watch every season. This was definitely one of them. Honestly, yeah, it just wasn't amazing at all. It was okay at best, but I wouldn't really consider it as a thriller mystery, except for maybe episode 1.
Well, there's the whole
Other than
mystery
that, it was
behind the game, and
Yeah.
that's where the
yeah,
history
yeah.
genre
It's
kicks
I
in.
definitely a
guess,
thriller. It's definitely a
Yeah.
thriller.
yeah, but it doesn't. There wasn't really anything like any interesting concept that was thrown around. It was pretty basic. It's a pretty basic show
Yeah.
all around, but
I would
I think it's kind of the
I would
worst
say
show on this list.
it's a very mid
yeah,
show. It's like a show you would watch seasonally, and then a year later, you would forget it even existed.
Yeah,
yeah,
It's
exactly.
basically.
it. There was nothing that really makes it sticks out.
Um, let's see. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun is a supernatural show about a girl finding a ghost in her school's bathroom. She finds out her school's actually very haunted, and there's lots of ghosts. It's a very kind of a monster of the week show, so ghost of the week show. I liked it. I think it's cute. I think it has incredibly good visuals, really tight character designs, really interesting like of designs of all the ghosts and stuff. So that's probably why you're watching it. I will say at the end of the day, I don't think it stuck with me as hard as a lot of other shows that we've
Well,
highlighted this award show. I think it's fine for the most part.
I feel like the female audience liked the aesthetics of the show quite a bit too.
Yeah, there's cute boys if you like cute boys.
Hmm.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, have any of y'all seen It Invaded? Aside from
Uh,
It Invaded was our
yeah,
continual for last semester, I believe, right?
Yep.
yeah.
So you guys, most people should have
so yeah,
watched
I'll
it
let
then.
y'all talk about it, but it's definitely my favorite of these picks. I
Yeah.
thought it was really good.
Of all these picks, it was definitely number one for me. It had a great first episode, and it continued like to just keep pulling out the mystery and thriller elements throughout the entire season, especially with I think it was the thing that really got to me was the murder with putting the kid in the ground. I guess I'm not sure I could just say that
Mm.
spoilers,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
but yeah, it was definitely an interesting ride. It did kind of get weird for me near the end, but overall, it was like a solid show. Great characters, uh, great mystery elements, and a pretty good amount of thriller. This is surprise you.
Yeah. Miyavi also killed it with the
Oh yeah,
music,
such a good
all
ending,
the
and the entrance
ending
song
and the
is
Oh
by
yeah,
inserts.
Miyavi.
10 10.
the soundtracks is
Yeah,
amazing.
this is a really
Uh,
cool concept for a procedural cop anime. Which is it's a little bit more sci-fi than just procedural cop. Um, basically, this guy is a criminal, and they hire him to go into the minds of other criminals and find out, like, solve the crimes in real time. Um,
Not real
it's
time.
very, huh?
Not real time.
Yeah, some of the later
It's
ones are
like,
in real time. They totally are.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
sure.
but they basically just to go into the mind of a criminal to solve it, and then there's the mystery of like why is the main character a criminal? What did he do? And you find all that out as you go. And also like there's another more overarching thing because his crime or the main character has a thing that's not really resolved yet either. Um, I I had I didn't really know what to expect out of the show. I kept expecting it to fall on its face, and it never did. I thought it ended really well too. There's actually going to be a season 2, which I don't understand because I thought it concluded really
Huh.
nicely. Yeah, it got
Yeah,
announced recently,
that's interesting.
so we'll see where it goes. But it's cool concept, cool show. Big fan. Easily the best on this. Okay, I would say not easily the best. I like Nana a lot, but it's my favorite of these four.
Yeah. I think we got a very good diverse pool for this category because we have,
Yeah,
the thriller, we got some supernatural, we got some like sci-fi mystery thing, and then we got like a battle royale basically. So
Yeah,
we
this
got we got some
a pretty
variety.
balanced category.
Um, I recommend reading the manga My Home Hero if you like Death Note thriller type stuff. All right. All right, so let's do a prediction and I guess personal winner as well. Starting with Chris.
my prediction is I'm gonna go with Invade just because if you all since we watched it in the club, I think most people are gonna get with that, and that's also my pick as well.
All right. Xander.
Nana's my pick, just because that's the only one I've really watched. And for the continual, same reasoning for why I would pick It Invade as the winner, since it was a continual. I feel like enough people watched it here that it should win.
Gotcha. How about
Yeah,
you, Calvin?
It innovated for both. Same reasoning. It's just that like thriller mystery animes aren't like isn't a big genre for our club, I think. So I don't think they would like really watch any other shows, to be honest. So yeah, just to continue would be the
Alright.
best choice.
My personal win was probably Innovator as well. Okay, so the winner for Best Thriller Mystery for 2020 is Toilet Bound Hanako-kun with
Oh, that's
Huh?
really surprising.
43% of the
Huh?
vote.
How many people
Wait.
voted?
37.
Whoa.
It won by 6 votes. It invaded second place, and then Darn's Games third, and Nana last
I'll be honest, I
with
did not
three.
think that many people watched Hanako-kun. Cool.
I just
I think
think
it's good, but
it's a
it's
bunch of lurkers in the in
Yeah,
our
I
server, and then
guess.
sprung out of
that is
nowhere.
that is
Okay,
very
That-
surprising.
That's really surprising. Wow.
yeah, that's the first L I've taken in a while. All right.
Alright. Connor was one to Nana votes. Alright. Now we say goodbye to Chris for a little bit and bring back Connor.
See you, Chris.
But
Dang, yeah, that's interesting. I never actually heard anyone talk about Toilet Bound, to be honest.
I same, which is also why I was kind of
It's
surprised.
like,
Um,
and by that huge of a margin, holy.
The margin definitely surprises me.
Yeah.
I think we were missing 10 or so votes. I think 10 people like opted not to answer, but still,
Mm-hmm.
that's very surprising.
Wow, that's crazy.
All right. With that, we are done with genre, and we move on to the seasonal stuff. So hopefully, we pick up the pace a little bit since we have talked about most of the shows already. And so let's say goodbye to the winners. Our nominees for Best Winter Anime is My Hero Academia, Dorohedoro, It Invaded, and Railgun.
Hmm.
All right. Well, we talked a lot about It Invaded just now, so I think, you know,
I think
what's
Dorohedoro is the main one we haven't really hit up. The other two we've talked. Well, Hero Aqua we've definitely talked about. Might
yeah.
want to elaborate more on Railgun as a whole rather than just Mikoto.
hmm
But
I'm with Chris. I'm actually kind of intrigued as to why Isaac's not here.
Let me check the nominations. Ezuken
That was like one of my Anime of the Year candidates.
was not even close.
Actually?
Ezuken,
I honestly don't think enough people watch Azakin. As much as like as impressive as it was, I don't think enough people watched it.
I would
Yeah.
At least in
say
this club.
reviewers got more votes than Ezuken. Both
Yeah,
Furry.
you really had to rub salt in their wound, huh? You really had to rub it in.
Before got more votes than Ezuken, and Haikyuu also got more votes than Ezuken. So yeah,
Stop! They're
Stop
already
it.
dead.
Stop
this is
it.
where you get to be
Please.
disappointed in the club and all the members. But yeah,
I already
this
am.
is
I mean, I
this is
don't
what the
necessarily
people
think this is a.
voted.
If you want to blame someone, blame the rules again because my hero got pushed down to winter here. So here it is.
It's gonna be My Hero, probably. Like,
All right. I mean,
Well,
let's just get that out of the way. And
let's-
then
I
talk
at
about
least
which one
want
we
to talk.
enjoy.
At
let's
least
talk
want
a
to
little
talk
bit of
about
Dorohedoro and Railgun.
Dorohedoro real quick. Dorohedoro is like this weird, like I wouldn't call it post-apocalyptic, but it's like a really dark and gritty and really whack setting. As you can tell, there's like a lizard man there, and a really muscular girl too. They're just going around beating the shit out of things and getting into fights. And Ed from before for in the best antagonist category, his magic power is to turn people to mushrooms. So if that doesn't tell you the kind of wacky show that Dorohedoro is, I don't know what to tell you. The show's really weird. I think it's a bit of a sleeper pick because of how weird it was. Not enough people, some people probably turned off by it, but it's something. I'll let you decide whether it's a good something or a bad something, but it's something. Something worth watching.
It's definitely worth a try.
I actually enjoyed out of all these shows. I actually think I enjoyed Railgun the most. It's just like there was like a pretty heavy drama in it, but it was also like a really fun show to watch, and there was like certain characters that were pairing up together that was just fun to watch them just go through the show together.
There was a lot of
And
dynamic. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
dynamics, yeah.
A lot of dynamics we haven't seen before. A lot of story. I mean, Railgun, like the whole Railgun universe. Like we had Index, which came back recently, and that flopped. and we had Accelerated, which came in and like that flopped. But Railgun like consistently like is solid, and they do a good job with it. And I think this is their best work yet. But
Mhm.
it's
I,
just
I
a
definitely
shame
agree.
that I feel like no one has really heard
Yeah,
of it, despite it
it's
being
not really that popular in our club
it used to be
compared
such
to
a
other
big
shows.
show way back then. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's been so long. But it was great to see all these new characters in development and all these still like matchups that we haven't seen before. And the animation and story is still like top notch, despite the long period of time it's been. I think it was like I don't know when season the last season was, but it's been a very long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
But I could look it up, but I got too
Maybe
much stuff pulled up.
2014. I don't know. I don't remember.
I've heard about Railgun and I've been wanting to watch it, but it just feels like it's like kind of intimidating to get into because I looked at it and I was like, oh, there's like 5 or 6 different like railguns, and I was like, oh, I don't
That's
even
like
know where to like begin.
3 railguns, I think.
There is? Maybe I was looking at
Yeah,
movies or
yeah,
something.
there's
Yeah,
like
this
three.
is season 3 railgun. So
Ah, okay.
If you really want someone to tell you what to read and whatever, go hit up Abhishek and Evan. I believe are they're both big fans of the
well,
world and franchise.
I think Obby's more indexed in railgun.
I
Like
well,
Yeah,
the
I
world.
wish
He
I
said he
definitely
likes the
index.
world in general. So if you're looking for what to read first, just go to them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to check in with them after this.
I
But
also
yeah,
have the manga and the Blu-rays if you want to watch and read it.
ooh, might have to take up on that one.
But uh, but yeah, let's move on
Yeah.
with personal winner and prediction, starting with Connor.
Okay. I personally really liked this season of My Hero. This is like one of my favorite arcs in the story. Uh, and it's also just omega popular, so it's definitely gonna win just because of its reach. Um, but personally, I think it's definitely a contender for like one of the best long-running action series that's come into anime, at least in terms of popularity versus like how good it is. And this season definitely lived up to those expectations.
Gotcha. Xander?
I actually personally am the opposite. I This is my least favorite arc of My Hero so far. I didn't like the 8 Precepts arc at all. So honestly, I think My Hero is gonna win because again due to its popularity, but it's not my personal winner. My personal is actually Dorohedoro, just because of how unique it is. I'm not one of those people that says, "Oh, popular things bad, like hipster things good," but like it was just
Uh,
refreshing because of how strange and unique it was.
yeah, you don't want to say that. We know. We know.
Yeah.
We know Shannon Trash. You don't ever repeat
All right,
that.
Calvin.
But yeah, my personal pick would definitely be Railgun for sure. I would guess like second choice would be probably it innovated, but I feel like Railgun this third season was really solid overall. But I think the winner would probably be My Hero since due to just popularity compared to
Is
others.
this another free win?
Free win.
I'm also gonna go with railgun, but I feel like we're gonna be the minority with that. All right, and the winner for best winter anime of 2020 is My Hero. Who would
Free.
have guessed?
It's
Free
free.
Whoa.
All
does.
right. Move on.
Frida.
No comments. We
What
don't
was
need
the
to react to
percentage
this.
though? What was the percentage though?
41
Honestly, that's closer
to
than I expected.
Doro is second with 21%.
All right.
It's
Uh,
actually
That's good.
closer.
That's good. That's good.
Railgun only 1 vote behind. Doro. All right.
Better spread, but still the same outcome. We can move on. Nothing to see here, folks.
Damn. All right, let's
True.
quickly
True.
swap out the guests and we'll move on. All right. Our nominees for Best Spring
Wait.
Anime.
Sorry, are you bringing on Chris, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, you did. I was like, where's the avatar?
Huh? There you go.
There we
All
go.
right. Best Spring Anime of 2020. Kaguya Season 2, Fruits Basket Season 2, Bookworm Season 2, and then Villainous.
Wow.
Quite a few Season
A lot of
2s.
yeah, a lot of season twos.
Um, I feel like we talked about all of
We
these
talked about
already.
all of them,
So,
so we can just
Yeah.
get to the
Ooh, or I could talk about what should have been. No, I'm kidding.
no, get off
Uh,
you.
Kakashi Goto was spring,
Nope.
right?
Get out of here. Um,
So of these four, I think that Kaguya and Fruits Basket are kind of the two hitters here, at least for me. Um,
well, you didn't watch the other two, so
no.
so it's
But
not
I was
saying
I was trying to
much.
skate around that, but
Got caught out.
yeah.
All
So
right, personal winner and prediction, Chris.
for these, I am gonna go with the same, which is Kaguya, which is one of my favorite shows of this entire year. Love this season to death. I think it's adapting some of the better parts of the manga. Loved all the characters. It's just an absolute blast to watch. Incredible that we're getting a great adaptation for one of my favorite manga. Although I do love I think the Fruits Basket Brotherhood has been really good so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Xander. Prediction
It's a
and
double. It's a
personal.
double Kaguya-sama for me.
Calvin.
Same. There's can't wait for the next season. To be honest.
All right, and my winner is also Kaguya. So the winner for the best spring anime of 2020 is Kaguya with a
All right.
whopping 65%,
Oh wow.
which I think is our
Oh.
All right.
biggest
Not even
win
close.
so
Yeah,
far.
yeah. That doesn't
Not even
surprise
close,
me.
baby.
It'd be like that.
Honestly, deserved. Deserved.
Deserved.
For sure.
Um, do I have you for spring as well? Yeah, I use some too. All right, moving on to the best summer anime. Our nominees are Rent a Girlfriend, Snafu, Great Pretender, and Misfit of the Demon Academy.
Ooh.
Uh,
No, Decadence didn't get nominated?
no.
I
I
don't know
told you.
about
Sadly
that.
not.
Not enough people like Decadence. It's kind of a shame.
Let me
Yeah, it's
check
Alright.
where Decadence fell. Oh, Decadence, Decadence wasn't even close.
That's crazy that
Um,
Demon King got that many votes then.
Uzaki destroyed Decadence.
who voted Demon
That's really
King?
bad.
Or raise your hand.
God of High School beat out Decadence.
I'm amazed that it got second that one time for the one category. Oh well. Alright.
But yeah, I think we talked about all of these already. So
Yeah, for the most part.
unless people have something else to say, we can just move on to predictions and winners.
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, Chris, why don't you start us off?
It's not even close. And I hope I'm gonna go ahead and say Great Pretender for both, just because I want to hope that the club isn't gonna meme pick Rent a Girlfriend over an anime that's like actually good. Um,
I mean,
but
Snafu's up there too.
yeah, I think Staff is my second favorite out of all of these for sure. But I just think Great Pretender's like leaps and bounds ahead of everything else on this list.
All right,
So
Xander,
I will also submit a double GP.
Calvin.
Um, actually, for me, like it's besides Misfit King, I like all three shows, especially Great Pretender and Snafu. But waiting like 7 to 8 years for Snafu season 3 to finally come out, that would be definitely my choice. It was a good long journey just to finally get to watch it finish.
All right,
Just to see the finale. But that'd be my personal choice. But for overall winner, it, uh, definitely be Great Pretender.
all right. Glad you changed it up, and you guys were all one boring with the same answers. All right, my
watch this, I'll be
personal
wrong.
probably GP as well, and the winner for best summer anime of 2020 is Great Pretender with
Okay,
44% of
good.
the vote, and Snafu and Went to Girlfriend tied for second
Okay,
with exactly half
Mm,
the votes of Great
That's
Pretender.
fair.
all right,
All right.
I
If
approve.
Went to GF and Snafu combined, it could have beat Great Pretender.
Yeah, but no one tries to do that. No one lobbies for votes. Jeez.
Imagine
How
getting
many people
political
voted for
with the
Demon
votes.
King?
Five, I think. Yeah, five.
What?
Yeah, I don't get it
Alright.
either. I say they just haven't seen the other shows.
Yeah,
All right.
that was really strange.
For us, we get a little bit spicy. Um, Connor's here for this one, so we're gonna
Alrighty then.
we're gonna kick you guys out.
Just let me know when you put the image up because I do have that delay.
It's
Alright,
up.
guys, raise your hand if you chose Demon King, so we know who to kick out.
All right. Did you unmute him?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Our nominees for
Sweet.
Best Fall Anime of 2020 is Tonikaku Kawaii, Akudama Drive, Talon's Nana, and Journey of Elena.
Ooh.
Oh, Elena's first appearance. Okay. Has
Yeah.
anyone watched or Akudama Drive as well?
Yeah,
Anyone want to
two-
talk about that? I didn't
Oh,
watch
Two
either.
new shows.
Ooh, okay.
I've heard really good things about Akudama Drive, and I saw some clips, and it
It-
looked so good. Like the animation, like I haven't
same.
actually like got around to watch. It's on my list. I just haven't had time to watch it yet.
Animation's good. It is like wacky. It's out there. It is crazy. It is just it's a fun watch. It is like, I'm honestly surprised they didn't make action because this is what like an action show should be. Just over the top, cool scenes with like cool abilities. One of them has like a railgun on his bike and he just shoots it, and it's like, okay, it's just
Actually,
it's
I,
just
I I saw that clip. That was
it,
so cool.
it's just hype, and then it's just a lot of, and all the cats have their own like very unique character design and abilities and personalities, which makes them like stand out.
And it's by
Which,
Pureit.
yeah, and Piet, the main character is actually like the most boring, but I think that's just, set the most boring. They have her like grow and become the most interesting at the end of it. It's one of kind of those shows. It was just a fun watch. Highly recommend it. Elena,
Okay.
has anyone else watch Elena?
I only seen clips.
All right.
Wasn't something I was trying to get myself into though.
Elena is hard to describe. It's kind of, I would say it's kind of slice. I don't know. It's she goes on a journey, obviously, and it's every episode is her like going down and going to a new like area, and then there's some like wacky thing about them. Like one of them was like there was a giant wall that divided time in half, and they had the whole like conflict that lasted 100 years or something about that. There was one about um some not serial killer, but like some crazy person going around stealing people's hair. It's and then one of them is about this person making wine. It's I don't know. It was kind of
Would
random.
you call this slice of life?
Uh yeah, y-
Is it kind of like a more magical Kino no Tabi?
yes. I mean, if there was a show I have to compare it to, it would be Kino Tabi, but I would say it's very different from uh Kino's journey. But like the whole basic premise of, Kino and her traveling around is the same, but the way they treat the scenarios are very different. But I
Okay.
know a lot of people liked
You,
Elena.
you wanna address the comments down there?
If Kino didn't give a fuck, I mean, yeah, there was like a lot of like half the situations where like she comes in, there's this like fucked up situation, and then it's like cool, and then she leaves. Like one of them was about this like princess who like cursed her dad to kill all of his like people, and he becomes a dragon. He eats them every night, and she's like, "Cool, nice to meet you," and then she flies away.
Wait, actually? Wait, that was the best part of Kino no Tabi. Just him going around like finding stuff and like trying to resolve it. Like that scene with the
But
gun in
he,
that western
but he
town.
didn't
All that
resolve.
stuff.
But she didn't resolve it at all. She was just like, "Here, nice to meet you," and then she finds out that this princess cursed her father, and then she like says, "Okay,
This
I'm
is
gonna leave now."
Is it supposed to be like a social commentary or something?
I am I watch it. Not even I don't know,
Are you
because
trying to like convince people to not watch the show or
it's
what?
it's so like all over the place, but I don't know. It was pretty at least,
You only
and
elaborate on the
people liked
bad parts.
Elena. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think you should watch it and you should make your own like interpretation because it is very difficult to explain because I feel like it changes the tone of the show many times over. So
That's fair.
it's kind of hard to describe.
So wait, is it good or bad? That's what
I
wanna know.
it's not awful, but it's nothing like super great about it.
When in doubt,
Alright.
check Mal.
So are you picking it then, Connor? Or wait, Connor, did you watch this one?
No.
Okay, wait. So Tim, is this your number one pick?
No, I would give it to Akudama Drive.
Okay.
Huh.
I think I don't know. The only ones I haven't watched Talentless Nani yet, but I've heard such good things from people in this club and outside the club about it that I feel like it might win. But I feel like Tony College just has such like wide appeal, and that it's just like you can just like sit down and watch it, and it's just like it's just there. Like it's not gonna be doing anything special, but like it's just kind of like the
Mhm.
epitome of like fluff for the sake of fluff. So my vote's for Tony College just because I feel like it appeals more to the demographics in our server, and I personally have actually enjoyed it a lot.
So
But
that's
it could go both
it's
ways.
Kawaii for both prediction and your personal.
Yeah.
All right, Xander.
Akudama Drive is something I haven't watched but do want to. But unfortunately, that means I can't really pick it. Um, honestly, I wouldn't pick any of these as my pick for fall because I'm kind of like, even though I've watched Nana and I don't think Nana's bad, the rules are kind of screwing me because I want JJK to be fall. But in terms of what I will pick a predicted winner, and I think for the same reasons as Connor, I think Tony Kaku kind of
All right,
or Tony Kawa kind of has the viewership edge here, so I
reasonable.
believe it will win.
Calvin.
For me, Tonikaku Kawaii would be for both choices.
All right,
Something I watched and enjoyed more.
all right. And our winner for best fall anime of 2020 is Tonikaku Kawaii with 43% of the vote.
Free load
Elena
gaming.
Easy dub.
second with 29% of the vote.
Ooh.
And then
That's
Akudama
David
Drive in third.
Ontario in there, I bet.
Elena,
I swear they're the only people I know that actually watch that. So
Himu and his bot.
6 votes. Off by 6 votes between Kawaii and Elena.
Imagine
Wild.
Elena almost winning.
I mean, yeah. Anyways, moving on to the best sequel shows. These are shows we've talked about already, so we're just gonna blow through these. Our
all right,
nominees to best
hold on, hold on.
sequel.
Disclaimer real quick. I'm getting word that North Point's Wi-Fi or North Point's ISP might be getting a little crappy. So if I dodge out, that's why.
All right. Well, we'll place you with Chris if that happens. Best sequels.
Let's get
Kaguya
to the
season
kid stuff
2.
too. Not now. Not now.
My
Best sequel. Best sequel.
Hero season 4. Snafu, eh, Climax, and Fire Force season 2.
All right, down the line. Let's go. Put it
Kaguya.
up.
Kaguya. It's instant. It's Kaguya.
Kaguya for both.
Hell yeah.
You think Kaguya would win for both? All right. So my pick would be Kaguya, but as to what will win, I've now gauged the viewership on Academia versus Kaguya. Oh, that is tough.
Also,
It's always
Snafu.
Kaguya.
Snafu had a pretty good following so far as well.
I don't think Snafu's following comes close to the other two though. In terms of if all three if they have overlapping viewerships, they are more likely to pick My Hero over Snafu. And
Do you know how many Kaguya gifs I've seen just over the past week in our
just because
Discord?
it's more gifable than My Hero doesn't mean they picked it.
It's more present in the
I'm
forefront. of people's
gambling My
minds.
Hero.
Oh.
I'm gambling
For me, Snafu is my number one choice, but in terms on like, what people picked, I think it's Kaguya.
All right. My personal winner would be Kaguya. All right. The best sequel of 2020 is Kaguya Season 2 with 42% of the
Hey.
vote. My Hero came in
Easy
second,
dub.
followed by Snafu and
half
Fire
close, half close,
Force.
half close. Oof, okay. That was a lot less than I thought. All right.
Easy dub.
My Hero fans is getting kind of coming quiet right now.
Good.
I know I'm not present for the anime of the year segment, so I'm just gonna say Kaguya or Great Pretender for anime of the year.
All right.
It's Kaguya's just too good.
That is done for our seasonal stuff. We're now moving to moments.
It's on
which
the meat and potatoes part of this award ceremony.
I believe we have a new guest. Oh, maybe. Oh, all right. We don't. We have Chris is gonna fill us in for best fight.
Who would we lose?
We lost Dylan. He'll be there for emotional, but not fight.
Ah, unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
All right,
Um,
see you, Connor.
by Connor.
Johnny.
And there's Chris.
Dude. John, you can shut up. Just
Alright.
because your favorite girl didn't win doesn't mean Snafu doesn't deserve the votes.
Whoa, John's a Yui person?
No, I think he's sensei. I think.
He's
Oh, okay, now that makes more sense. Yeah,
that,
I,
actually makes
Sensei,
that actually makes a lot of
I
sense.
was gonna say, I didn't expect John to be a Yui person.
Dude, like John, you literally got a dancing with Sensei, so I think that's enough.
You had a pretty good scene, John. It's a
You got a good scene.
it was in moments, right? That was in the final four, right?
It's in one of the moments. All right, our
Yeah, shut up,
nominees
John.
for best fight of 2020 is Yuji and Nanami versus Mahito, Saber versus Ryder, Deku versus Overhaul,
Probably the right
and
choice.
Mori Jin versus Han Dari.
All right.
Ooh, okay.
Good split. Good
hmm.
fights.
So I do enjoy some of the God of High School fights, especially Mori Jin versus Han Dawe. That was probably the most solid and best fight out of all of them. In the show itself. But Ufotable, Saber versus Rider, literally eyegasm. It was just too good. It's so good. The usage of the animation and like the CGI is just impeccable. It was like an amazing experience in the theaters just to watch.
I know Xander would disagree with you on the
Oh,
God of
of
High
course we're gonna
School.
disagree. No, because
Well,
all right, so Saber vs. Rider, that was Heaven's Feel 3, right? That's a movie. I expect good quality from that, but like both JJK and God of High School, both animated by Mappa, both the same director and fight choreographer, right? Both of
yeah.
them were clean as fuck. That is some clean ass fight choreography. Either one could win, and I'd be okay with it. My personal pick though was JJK's Yuji and Nanami versus Mahito, mostly because I prefer JJK as a series. It's one of my favorite series at the moment overall, and I just really enjoy the absolute showering of blows on Mahito. It was clean. It felt like there was like impact between every blow. And then he finishes off with one of the coolest like superpowers in like all of fiction or like all of like manga and shonen manga specifically, which is domain expansion. All around amazing fight. That's my preferred pick.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean, but like, I don't think it just compares to the Zero versus Rider fight because
Well,
there was for Zero versus Rider fight there was so much more emotion for me, especially with when Shiro comes in and does the final blow to Saber. That just hits hard. And like nothing real I don't know. It just doesn't compare in my head, to be honest.
The only emotion I
okay.
get from Saber versus Rider is the urge to resist yelling out Heaven's Door instead of Heaven's Feel every single time Heaven's Feel is mentioned.
All right, fake,
Okay, we get it. You don't watch Fate.
fate, Halo, get out of here.
I'm a
But yeah,
JoJo's fan, not a hate fader.
Ufotable, just they know how to burn through cash, and if you give them a movie budget, it is gonna be pure eye orgasm. So I it's a shame that we couldn't find an actual decent quality of the fight,
KO video.
but we have to get. To be fair, it is one of the better cam video I've seen. But yeah, it's a shame we couldn't get the full glory because it's there's no official release for it yet. It was only a theater release for the US, but it is a top-notch fight, which is it's a good build-up for the finale of the trilogy.
Definitely.
And I
I
guess go ahead.
Chris,
I would probably pick Saber versus Rider if I had seen Heaven's Feel Part 3, just because of the movie budget, and I know that Ufotable tends to have kind of the best like fight animation in the industry when they want to. However, I don't have that problem. I haven't seen this movie, so I'm just going between the two Mappa production shows. And I think I'm with Xander, and I'm gonna lean slightly towards the Jujutsu Kaisen one, just because it's so impressive. Though I think the Mori Han fight might have a little bit higher individual peaks, and there's that what the scene when it goes into the like black and white grayscale, and it's like flashing back and forth is one of the coolest things I've seen all year. Um, Too bad the rest of the show is poopy and bad after a certain point, but
Okay,
but
well,
I did really
Agreed,
love that
agreed.
fight. I popped off so hard when I watched it. But yeah,
yeah,
no,
I'm
I'm
gonna
with
defend
you.
my God of
There
High School
was so
analysis
much
for
more
the
emotion in that
record.
Morikin versus Han fight.
I think I just the Jujutsu one's all
The-
about the characters, and they do such a good
yeah.
job. Like all three of those characters come out really well in that fight, and that's why I think I'm gonna give that one the edge.
All right. Winners and predictions.
Hold on,
Chris. Oh,
before that, I will briefly mention for Deku versus Overhaul for anyone who voted for that. Again, I did discuss this back with Best Action. My Hero's fights are just kind of slow for the most part compared to a lot of other stuff, and I think specifically here you can see just how outclassed it is in terms of fluidity and speed. Every other fight just hits harder on this list right here.
all
Sorry.
right. You're good. Chris, personal winner and prediction.
Personal winner, Jujutsu Kaisen. This is maybe the hardest prediction I've had to make so far because I don't know how many people watched Heaven's Feel. Um, I'm gonna go with Jujutsu as well, doubled. But there's a good chance Boku Hero is gonna blow them out of the water just because of popularity.
All right. Xander.
I'm also, again, my personal pick is JJK. I think in terms of who will win, I agree with Chris. It is dependent on how many people have watched Heaven's Feel. But I think I heard a lot of people went. So unless My Hero like fans decide to upend me after I stopped believing in them, uh, I'm gonna say Saber versus Rider wins this one.
All right. Calvin.
For me, Saber versus Rider all the way. Just wow, it was amazing.
All right. My personal winner is Stevie versus Ryder. And the winner for the best fight of 2020 is a tie between
Ooh,
Deku versus Overhaul and Saber versus
that's
Ryder.
right. I should have won.
I'm literally trying to kill all My Hero fans. It should not be a tie. It's so. Oh.
Wait, do I take that as a dub or a loss?
A loss.
Wow.
Your prediction was
That didn't
wrong.
work for me.
Because My Hero won, that's a loss.
Dude, My Hero should not even like be this close.
That hurts.
What
That
the
hurts.
heck?
I'll give y'all Saber versus Rider, but
Yeah, no, like My Hero being up there that far. Jesus Christ.
This is
I
one of
mean,
the events. This is one of the categories that really mattered to me too. This hurts.
Mhm.
at least it was a tie. You know, it could have been
Hurts,
worse.
man.
It could have been just my hero winning.
It is worse. It's not okay. So you have to one to consider. Not only did My Hero win, that means that fucking both Mappa Productions had to lose. They had to lose. Both of them. Not just one. Both of them are below My Hero.
We have
Ah,
too
yeah.
many normies.
Yeah, people haven't seen the other stuff, and they just click My Hero button when they see it. It's why the Crunchyroll awards were bad a couple of years ago too. No one watched all the more obscure stuff, and everyone just picked My Hero because it's popular.
Ugh,
It's okay though.
the my hero year. Let's not do that. All right. Hype moment. I think we bring in Octavio, who's not been on here yet. If he is around,
Epic Gaming. He is. He is here.
cool, awesome. So I'll let you take care of that while I get rid of Chris.
Yep. Just let me know when you got the image up.
It is up, but he is very tiny. I'm gonna have to edit you, Octavio. Okay, cool.
Is my mic working right, by the way?
Yep.
You're good.
Okay, cool. Making sure.
Oh, that's a nice avatar. Good for you.
Thanks. This is the only one I could find that was matched the requirements that Tim put out there.
My only requirement
I
was
like.
a transparent background. It is not a difficult requirement.
Sometimes you look up transparent PNG and it looks like a transparent PNG, and then it isn't a transparent PNG. It's hard.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I sent like 2 pictures in, and then they weren't transparent.
All right, our nominees for hype moment of 2020, we have the Decadence activation sequence. We have Gojo using domain expansion. We have Hassan's entrance and Apari's Ramon's final showdown.
Hmm.
We got
Uh.
a lot more other shows this time.
Yes, I
Uh,
believe this is well, JJK hasn't been allowed to qualify for the previous awards until like these moments ones. So it's starting to ramp up. Apart Rodman, this is its first appearance, I believe, in the finals.
it is.
And Decadence gets another shout out, and this is Babylonia again, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Alright.
Babylonia.
Maybe it's because I didn't play
Um.
the gotcha game, but I really wasn't that hyped for Hassan's entrance. But
I wasn't either, but
Yeah.
again, I do attribute that to me not being a Fate fan, so
Um, like I thought it was pretty hype. Mainly because I did play the gotcha game. But it could have definitely been better. It just hits if you know like the lore. But like you guys,
Yeah. It only works if you was actually where you were following Fate for a while. Right.
yeah, I guess if you
I
didn't play
think
the
my choice would be Gojo using domain expansion. Now that was clean, crisp. His fucking eyes. He's a beautiful man.
oh yeah, yeah. I fell in love with those eyes too, Calvin. You know, the eyes are window to the soul, right? So like, what can I
Jesus.
say?
uh,
Yeah, at that moment, I became gay.
Always has.
jeez. Um, I think my personal winner would probably be the Decadence because I think they do such a good job of building up and showing like the the arm like warm up and activate and the shooting. It was just that like as far as like hype and building up the hype, I think Decadence did it like the best of all these four. Like you could have been cheering like the entire like
Mm,
40 seconds sequence it was, but
I think you read my mind.
yeah.
That's exactly what the fuck I was doing. All right. Okay. So before I jump into how much I love Decadence's activation sequence, this was my nomination, by the way, and I'm glad people seconded me on it. Gojo is a badass character, probably like top two of my favorite characters in JJK, and Debate Station was super hype. And again, the eyes are beautiful, but I think Tim is right in that Decadence builds up its activation sequence. This is the end of episode 1, by the way, which is again why you should watch Decadence. It only takes one episode to hit the high points and start just the gas just hits. You go. But they're in the middle of a fight, and then all of a sudden this man just like Decadence activate, and then is this you just see this giant mobile fortress, the whole transformation sequence into a giant fist that just punches a giant monster. If you have like ever watched any kaiju like Godzilla or some shit or like giant robots anime, this is it. This is for you. This is amazing.
Mhm.
I was cheering the entire time. They even do the classic trick of building up hype. They play the opening. They play the opening during the whole thing. It's freelo. That is how you generate hype for free. Okay, you just play the opening over your thing.
Yeah,
That's
opening has to be
Yeah.
good for that too.
it is. It's Konomi Suzuki.
Hmm.
If you saw my weekly announcement, this is where I put it. I put the song of the week was the theme song to Decadence, Theater of Life. Banger. I get hyped
Like
every
even
time.
though I really did enjoy Decadence, I wasn't that hyped for the activation sequence. To be
Ow!
honest.
Oh gosh, that hurts.
I know it just didn't hit me. Like it was like, huh, interesting. It turns into a giant fish. Amazing.
Okay.
Because I think that see when you guys were talking about how like Hassan's entrance only works if you really see the gotcha. I think that most people could get hyped about a giant transforming fortress. Okay,
Uh,
and then also Gojo's eyes.
Whoa, a bigger transformer. How incredible.
Hey, Transformers are awesome. Okay.
Okay, Transformer was awesome. Yeah, but that was like 2000 what? 2012?
I hate you.
We were
Shut
in
up.
middle school?
I hate you.
Uh,
Transformers are still cool. All right. Except for like the not the modern cartoons though. Those
No,
are
not
for
in
kids.
the modern shit. No. Back then it was.
also, so Ranmon we haven't talked much, but I feel like Ranmon was more of a best fight rather than a hype, because I don't
Pokemon
know.
is too drawn out for me. like that video was like 5 minutes long. I think to consider the whole thing, it's more it's more of a fight scene rather than a hype moment. A hype moment is like you got like a minute tops, I think, to do your thing. And if you take longer, you are not as hype as some of the more explosive moments.
I am going to say that in general for these moment nominations, they were very, very sparse, and we had a very tough time finding like decent nominations for these things.
That's
So,
just because I couldn't find what stands up to Gojo and
well,
Decadence.
not just this like category, but all the moment categories. We had a couple that were very like sparse, and we were like grasping for decent
All right, so
nominations.
Girl.
do us a favor, guys. As you're watching anime this year, 2021, because we will be having the awards next year, write down some notes. Take notes about what you find hype and cool and amazing and emotional and whatever else. So you can go back and look at that and make things easy for yourself next time it comes around.
Well, I mean, it should stick to you if they were that good.
I don't know. Sometimes shit happens. Dude, we had COVID this year.
All right.
Tim,
Anyways, let's go ahead and
Tim,
do yeah.
I don't. I think you're confusing hype and memorable. Like it has to like. I guess for
I
hype,
mean,
it just has to like get. It doesn't really have to like have
I
a lasting impact. It just has to have like this one moment in time. I feel like for it to be hype. You know?
I feel like all hype moments are memorable, but not all memorable moments are hyped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
square
And
rectangle.
like
We
I
get it.
think like the winner from last year is a good example. Like the winner from last year for memorable was the last episode of Promised Neverland. I don't know if you've seen that on Octavio,
I have seen that
where
last.
we had the whole twist and it like shook everyone and everyone was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And because it stuck
Uh,
to you, but it wasn't really a hype moment. Where I think
mm,
the hype moment from last year was the Demon Slayer episode 8, whatever episode it was, the whole Rui versus Tanjiro.
oh.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that was
Yeah.
hype and also very memorable. Like that's how I view hype versus I think they
I guess.
they have a relationship, but they don't necessarily the same thing.
I guess. Yeah, you're right.
But oh yeah, let's do winner and prediction. Tavia, why don't you start us out?
Okay. So for me personally, even though I am a FGO fan, I went with Gojo using domain expansion. That just it just hit different, you know, like
Mhm.
just the eyes. Decadence, I'm with Calvin that I didn't really like. It was hype, but like I seen better kind of thing. Plus, I feel like transformation with like OP is like a boomer thing. No offense.
What? We are like the same age, Octavio.
I can't believe you just said that.
Good lord.
And then I didn't watch the other one, but
That's
it's
fine.
5 minutes, so like,
It's
uh,
fine.
Gosh, okay, you don't get to go to sleep tonight either. Oh my gosh.
All right, Xander. Prediction and winner.
Okay, my winner is Decadence. It's too good. But in terms of my prediction, I mean, y'all saw me throughout the semester, right? I shilled the crap out of JJK. I think it's got a way higher profile. So I think, and them eyes.
Yeah.
I think Gojo should pull this home. On the cost, on the one condition that the Fate fans sit down. Please and thank you.
Just watch Fate just win this one too.
Oh, Hassan.
All right, Calvin.
Yeah, for me it's Gojo for both. Pretty solid.
All right. Fate fans, manga. Yeah. My winner is gonna be Decadence, like I said. But yeah, let's see.
Please,
The
please.
winner for best fight of no best. Oh wait, I'm not. I got
Hype
slowed
moment.
down.
hype
There we
moment,
go.
Hype moment.
Sorry.
hype moment, hype.
My results were still on fight. All right. The best hype moment for 2020 is Gojo using domain expansion
As expected. All right.
with
Let's fucking go.
Please tell me. Please
59%.
tell me what I want in a second.
Hassan's entrance was number
Oh.
2.
Oh,
Decadence was 3.
Oh, I'm
The
gonna
And
Fate
One
fans
was
came-
last.
Sander,
God.
Sander. You can't really. You don't really play the game, so you can't really be mad at them. It was a really
Yes,
hype
I
moment.
can. I will crusade against. Fate fans. You and
Alright.
my hero.
No, my heroes. I feel like my hero fans are way worse.
Gosh.
Oh, stop. You know, no hate.
Probably.
Love every enemy fans. What's
I
the matter?
hate everyone equally,
Yeah.
except
Look,
for shonen fans. I despise them.
it's my job to cause discussion. All right. I gotta start fights.
All right.
Uh,
I think
I guess.
we say goodbye to Octavio and
Is
we bring
Octavius coming
Chris.
back at all?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
come back.
he comes
We're not
back.
getting rid of the
He
beastly Sander.
coming back
Alright,
2 more
I mean, I
times.
can. If the other person isn't here, I can come
no, don't worry
do
about it.
their thing.
All right, we're gonna bring back Chris and take out Octavio.
Okie doke.
All right, see you.
Let me know when you got it.
I got it. All right, now we have emotional scene. So
All right.
our
Hello.
nominees for emotional scenes were I Return by Death, Hachiman's Confession, Ishigami's backstory, and Narisago's leaving his family.
Ooh. All
Ooh.
right. I feel like nobody watched, or not enough people watched Invaded to go for that one. That one is a little sad.
That
Um.
is pretty sad.
Okay. So I would say the two biggest ones for me, personally, are the Ishigami scene, which is gonna be my pick. I think once if we're just like spoilers, there, it's just so good. Um, but I think that um ReZero, that scene is kind of this culmination from like so much time of him not being able to say anything or do anything. Um, and just actually like there's a lot of catharsis there, which I think is really good and kind of why the scene worked so well. So, but personally, I'm gonna go with Ishigami. That scene hits so hard. Oh my god, I was
Um.
floored by it the first time I saw it in the manga. Oh my god.
Um,
Uh.
go ahead, Calvin.
Oh yeah. For me, I don't. I'm a anime only guy. So, watching the Ishigami backstory, yeah, it was sad, but I don't. It didn't really make me emotional that much. I just thought it was just a normal backstory to the character.
Mhm.
Um, the return by death scene for ReZero was pretty sad, but I think what really blows out the cake was the Hachiman's confession. Like waiting all these years just to finally get the best girl. By the way, just hit so hard,
Uh,
and yeah, that would be my choice for this.
I will say, Chris was talking about how like I Return by Death was like the culmination of like all the seasons until now. But Hachiman's Confession was also the same thing. It was
Well,
basically
yeah, of course.
3 seasons.
And
So
Hachiman's confession does also culminate after a much longer period of time, just because
yeah,
Origai was
I
going on for
I
so
just
long.
wanted to point that out since you brought up the Way Zero.
I
Um,
think that despite being a fan of Origairu and like I loved the show and I thought it was good, and I'm glad that he got the right girl, which was inevitable from episode one.
uh
But that despite all of that, I think there was just more catharsis from the ReZero. Maybe that was me personally. Um, and honestly, despite that, like I think when you're framing these emotional uh scene ones, you have to like it's not just about his backstory. It's about what happened that episode. Um, and for Ishigami, I'm talking about when he like looks up. This what was more emotional to me is like the scene when he looks up and their faces, which have been like animated where you can't see their eyes the whole time, kind of like in Silent Voice. And then suddenly he's like looking them all in the face for the first time, and he tells the hater girl basically to like fuck off and then leave. Oh, that scene is so incredible to me. It's such a good little piece of character writing.
Yeah, that was definitely an epic moment in
So
history.
yeah.
I mean, I would say that it's very like for like stuff like Ishigami where it's like a very emotional thing over like compared to like over a short time period of time compared to like ReZero and Snafu. It's very easy for them to go like a very like cheap, cheesy cop out emotional thing and just be done with it. But I feel like Ishigami didn't do that, and it felt like a very genuine like emotion over. And then in order to like and to do that with such a short amount of time, where you kind of feel not quite the same, but like a very similar level of emotion as you do to these like other moments where they've literally had like 2, 3 seasons building up to it. It's like a hard thing to do, and I
Yeah,
gotta
that's
give
true.
props to
It
them.
was one episode. They did all of that in one episode, and it made
Yeah,
me feel more emotions than ReZero did in the like whole 2 seasons, which is crazy.
I
And that's not a knock on ReZero. That's just how strong, like how good the Kage writing is. TBH.
I don't know if it beat out everything in ReZero for me, but I do think I gotta give it props for doing that much emotion in such a short amount of time, which is why like stuff like Violet I like really enjoyed because Violet also does a very similar thing of like being able to convey a lot of emotion in like a short amount of time, and it feels very like genuine too. But I do think It Invaded is the loner. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I think it is the weakest and the least seen out of all these three. So it kind of it's sad, but it's not gonna make it. But yeah. Does anyone have anything else to say before we move on to predictions and votes?
I mean, so I think that Ishigami and Subaru, or I guess ReZero and Kaguya both do different things for me. The Kaguya scene makes me empathize with Ishigami because I'm someone that hates sort of injustice. So seeing him get treated so badly like that, I kind of felt how I empathize with him. I could feel how unfair everything was, and that really got something out of me. But ReZero takes the what how it makes you feel about things to a different level. There are multiple moments I could have picked out in ReZero that made me feel something. There's a great amount of emotion, and this is a pretty good pick for the best out of all of them because despite not empathizing in the sense that I haven't died over and over again, you could just feel with every step and every frame in like ReZero how lonely Subaru gets, how hard every death hits him, and then just being able to tell someone and not die for it yet again, and how to have something shitty happen again. That's something. I think humans as a whole are really scared of being alone, and that's Subaru's main problem is that other than Echidna up to that point, he couldn't share his pain with anyone. So ReZero is my personal pick for
Yeah.
that.
Who do you think is gonna win though?
Who I think is gonna win? Kaguya's got a lot of backing, but this is the first time this is where ReZero really comes into play in these awards, and I think ReZero should have enough support. It's just ReZero is a masterpiece. I think it should carry enough support to win this one.
All right. Double Ray Zero from Xander. Chris.
I have made clear I think that my personal pick is Ishigami. Um, but I think that ReZero not being eligible for most of these awards is sort of a dark horse factor for it, and I think that it's going to definitely carry this award. If Ishigami wins, I will be happy to be wrong, but I think people are glad to be able to vote for ReZero for once, and it's also a very strong scene, so I think it's going to win.
All right. Calvin.
For me, it'd be Hachiman's Confession. I honestly think it would qualify more for like the happiest moment to be honest. But I think by popularity, ReZero probably win this award.
All right. And I'd probably give it to Ray Zero as well. All right. And the winner for the 2020 Best Emotional Scene is Ray Zero, I Returned by Death with
Wow,
45%.
that's what I figured. That's what I
Ishigami
figured.
coming in second with 23, Hachiman with 19, and It Invaded with 12%.
Ooh.
It Invaded has not gotten a good continual like buff for these awards.
It's okay. It's a more obscure show, kind of weird.
There's still a couple more nominations that's in this. Still has a chance. All right. Memorable scene. I believe we say goodbye to Chris and say hi to Octavio.
Alrighty. Let me know when you got it.
Um, he's back. All right.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I just let you know Dylan has joined as well, so he will be ready for whenever.
Yes, he has been DMing me.
Also, I want to say, screw you, Connor. You don't know how it feels to wait 8 years to finally reach a confession scene.
No, you don't
I mean,
know.
I don't give a shit. This man hit from 4 years. Okay, 8 years. Okay, sure, that's longer. But ReZero went on a 4-year hiatus and hit like a truck from episode 1. Okay.
See, you guys don't know Fullmetal Panic. Fullmetal Panic, we waited 10 years for a sequel, and we got hand holding. That's all we got. We got hand holding after
Okay,
10
so
years.
you know what? I'm still waiting on No Game No Life, just like the rest of us.
You haven't been waiting 10 years
It's never
though.
gonna come.
10 years. Good riddance. Okay. I think Coda just watched Fullmetal Panic, so he
How
doesn't
do you
know
think the
the
Kingdom Hearts fans felt?
10
So
years.
how long did they wait for Kingdom Hearts 3?
Anyways, we're getting off topic here. Nominees for memorable scene. We have Subaru and the Rabbit, Waitress Betrayal, Miria losing his power, and Hachiman says goodbye to Shizuka.
Alright, well, I already know what the Oragayu stand over here is gonna say. It's the
Yeah.
rabbit, man. Dude, what are you gonna make? It's the rabbits.
The rabbit was fucked up, man.
Yeah,
It was.
I have
God
PTSD
damn.
now when I see snow and rabbits.
Um,
No.
we talked about Mirio already, so not gonna say too much about that since we've mentioned it quite a few times with Best Boy and stuff. Waitress
Wait, really?
Betrayal, yeah, with Best Boy, we were talking about why, because he gave up his cook and stuff. Rachel's Betrayal, I guess it's memorable, but it felt weak because,
It's because I already knew it was coming, you know. So
well,
like,
not
to
just
me,
that, but like her like contribution to the series and the build up to it was very like non-existent, in my opinion.
that's also true. There was a bit. I actually don't know if the source material really did it as well either, but Rachel's betrayal. One, because I already knew it was coming, and two, because it wasn't executed, I guess, the best. Probably not as memorable. And I don't think I really heard people talking about it either, other than the casual, like, ah, yeah, fuck Rachel.
Well,
You know,
by that point, people like dropped out of guard at that point because this was the finale, and
that's unfortunate.
like I feel like most people like, nope, web mangas are like trash, not gonna watch anymore. And Hachimon says goodbye to Shizuka. I don't know, I'll let
So,
Calvin talk about that actually.
Okay. Hear me out. So for all 3 seasons, you have Sensei basically just taking care of Hachima or Hachiman. And basically, the just the dynamic between them is just so good, so amazing throughout the all 3 seasons. And then finally at the end, when we learn that she has to leave for another school and stuff, it hits hard. And finally seeing that final goodbye between them, that wholesome moment between, it just hits home.
He was born 10 years earlier. That line.
I mean, as the person who had to go and prepare this clip specifically, I had to watch it a few times to get the proper margins. Uh, the teacher's hot, y'all, but like humans remember the bad shit more than the good shit. And you know what's awful? Being eaten alive by rabbits.
I've
Okay,
seen it
well,
before.
no, that's you're talking about John thinking the teacher's hot. I'm thinking
No, no,
about
no,
the freaking
No,
teacher.
no,
I
I
get
think
it,
the
I
teacher's hot.
I
Okay.
think the teacher's hot, homie.
Uh,
Ain't no one in here think the teacher ain't.
Oh my
Yo,
oh,
hey, guys, the teacher is hot, all right?
Okay, yeah, but that was not my reasoning at all. That's the point. That was not my reasoning at all. It's just that the teacher literally has been helping him go through this journey, of finally finding out who he should really be and not like be narcissistic and whatnot. And when like the ending, it just hurts that she has to leave.
Nah, I can respect it. In all seriousness, that's something I can that's memorable. I can
Yeah.
respect it.
I respect it.
Mhm.
Um, anything else people want to say?
I mean, they're all kind of different emotions, like based on their memorability, kind of thing. Like I feel like Rachel's more anger, Subaru's more fear slash shock, and then Medio and I don't. I guess Mirio and Hashiman's goodbye are kind of similar in that they're meant to make you sad. I guess. Personally, I prefer Hashiman's sadness over Mirio mainly because the manga did better, and yeah. But yeah, I feel like they're all pretty solid for memorable scenes, kind of, if they were executed better.
Kim saying all of these are underwhelming.
Kim says that, and then he's talking about why don't you mention Kazuya and Mizuhara and stuff like that? Shut up, Kim. No one cares about your opinions. No one never has. But he fell in love. Like no one remembers that. It was literally like a second.
I'm not
Alright.
gonna lie. For me personally, the most memorable scenes for me were, uh, I mean, there weren't good scenes. They were just, I guess, memorable in a bad way. But Rent a Girlfriend's first 3 episodes.
What even happens first 3 episodes? What?
Garbage.
You look at
It's all
Kazuya being
garbage.
the cringiest.
all
The only
garbage.
thing I remember about the first 3 episodes were the tissues. That's literally all I can remember from the first 3 episodes were the tissues. And people who watch the show knows what I'm talking about. But like that's literally all I remember from the first 3 episodes.
Okay, that is
Oh.
pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Anyways, any other comments?
Nah, we can move on
All
to
right,
the
let's
predictions
do
and stuff.
predictions and winners. Octavio, start us out.
Okay, this one's pretty tough to be honest, because for me, I guess the ones that hit, it's like kind of a tie between and Hachiman's goodbye, mainly because Rachel and Mirio's were done better elsewhere. But I feel like Mirio might win, maybe. Yeah, that's probably my prediction. Personal is either Subaru or Hachiman.
All right, Xander.
All right, you already know that Subaru. I'm sorry. If you don't get PTSD after seeing a rabbit or like snow after this seed, I don't know what's wrong with you. I couldn't look at Pekora from Hololive the same for like 2 weeks. All right,
What?
dude. What if she ate me? Oh
Wait,
god.
Pekora. Do you
Vor?
know who Pekora
That's
is?
even worse. That's even worse, dude. Okay.
Vor?
Okay. Let's not get into
way.
that. Let's not.
Subaru and the Rabbits definitely the most memorable for me in terms of who will win. Again, you always have to consider that My Hero factor in there. I'm gonna say the Rabbits should triumph though.
All right,
Is
double
my hope the Rabbits will triumph.
double rabbits from Xander. Calvin.
For me, I'm biased, so it's definitely Hachiman for me. The teacher. But the winner is most likely Subaru.
All right. My winner is gonna be the rabbits.
Yes, go
All right.
Rabbits!
Okay, and your winner for the most memorable scene for 2020 is Mirio losing his powers,
Oh, okay.
followed by
Is it the arch? Is
Hachiman
it the arch?
says goodbye.
Okay.
Third
nice,
place
nice,
is Subaru, and
But-
fourth place is
Oh,
Rachel's
Rabbits
betrayal.
are third?
Okay,
Yeah.
Xander, it's okay. Like
much
they
time
were
was that,
shouting and stuff, but it's
It has
just
to be the art channel people,
it's
dude.
not
Oh
it's
my
not
gosh.
really that memorable. Plus, if you've seen Monty Python, it's already been done before.
Dang.
Damn.
But yeah, who are these people that keep voting for My Hero, dude? Are they like the art channel people that
Okay,
don't talk at all?
in their
No,
defense,
no. Just
Mirio
the
losing his powers is really memorable in the manga kind of thing. But okay, Xander, I don't want you to
That
like.
wasn't me. That wasn't even me.
Oh my God.
You're such a little bitch, Octavio. What the
Yeah,
no.
Xander. Fuck you, Xander.
All little bitches sound the same to me, to be honest. So
Oh, okay.
Damn. All right. Let's move on. The biggest train wreck nominees. We have Food Wars Season 5, God of High
Good one.
School, Sword Art
Good one.
Online, and Japan
Good one.
Sinks.
Good, another good one. These are good nominations.
Yeah, I got complicated feelings on this one.
I dropped every single one of these. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, that sounds like train wrecks to me.
Yep.
Yes, I did.
See,
I
okay.
went through it for Ashley.
This has another two definition issues where like it's either like one you voted for like the worst show on this list, or two you voted for the show with like the highest high and the lowest low. Like the difference between like the highest moment and the lowest point were like the greatest.
Yeah, it's like it potentially like one of the greatest shows just completely let down.
Yeah, or you voted for like what was just like the worst show on this list.
Yeah.
So, I guess I'll start. Food Wars, it was always bad. We had
Ooh.
we, I mean, we didn't need
Season
season
1 was
five.
hype.
Season four like ended the whole like initial like thing he had to do. He set his goal, and season five was like let's throw in, um, I don't know, illegal chefs with superpowers, and it's like what's going on? Um, I mean, Food Wars has always
Yeah.
been kind of like over the top, but it was always like over the top in reality. Like it was all stuff that could still happen. But now we have people sucking blood and cutting food with chainsaws, and you're like, why?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Like for me, like Food Wars was like at first it used to be like a guilty pleasure show, but then the more I watched it, the more I was actually interested in the characters and the story. But then season 5 hits, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm completely dropping it. It was just garbage at that point.
Yeah. Sword Art Online actually was really good in the first season. Second season, I didn't like because of two main things. One was like they once again did the cliche, Kirito has to come in, become super power, and save everyone, and he just like broke. He literally just broke the laws of the world when he like came back, and I'm like, cool. I'm glad we're back to this now. And he also there was also like this whole like I don't know. They had a whole like weird game like system, and it didn't make any sense. It was basically like you willed it with your mind power and it worked, and it wasn't very evident in up until now, but second season they kind of just like put it in high gear, and I'm like, what is going on? Um,
Yeah, SAO definitely like the first season of Alicization was like pretty good in my opinion, and then the second season pretty much, yeah, they took like probably my favorite character out of the thing,
shh.
and yeah, Tim, I mean, yeah, yeah, I can't go into spoilers, but yeah, it's just a lot went wrong in SAO second season, especially compared to the first season.
I really liked the first season. I mean, it had some
Yeah,
flaws, but it was definitely nowhere
yeah, yeah.
near like this level of
Yeah,
bad.
second
Um,
season I was actually like constantly mad about, to be honest, just because they just did everything dirty, bro. I thought we were gonna get a good story where other characters get to shine actually, and Kirito isn't the only one that like has doesn't have limits, or like he does. Like, never mind. It's yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying. God of High School is like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
Yeah.
I dare you to find anyone who has not read the manga. Tell me what was going on at the end of that show.
Oh, because
It was,
even if you read the manga, you don't even know because it was a fully anime only thing. So I've saved my analysis of God of High School till now because I knew it was coming a biggest train wreck.
alright,
And
go for it.
I honestly subscribe to the definition that the train has to have momentum first, and then it has to crash. All right. So while this is a bit diminished for me because I already knew that both Food Wars and God of High School were going to be a mess, I didn't think that I thought God of High School had a chance of being like accepted by the public because while God of High School's later parts of the manhwa are just as ridiculous, I thought that okay, maybe it'll be accepted, but it wasn't. Because and I knew that people were gonna get shocked because it was the way God of High School was marketed, even like in the source material, is not how God of High School turns out. God of High School is sold as a martial arts thing, and then you suddenly see Daewee kicking dragons at people, and Jin Mori doing like ridiculous flips in the air. There's like demon miasma coming out of the guy in the straight jacket. So once that started happening, and I saw how people reacting, I knew that this is going to be my train wreck pick because unfortunately it did not transition. It went off the rails essentially,
Yeah,
and yeah, it was it that's not how it turned out. Because when I was watching it, I was like, this is not how the fight goes in the manga. I do not remember this. Yeah,
Honestly,
pretty sure
for
it's anime only.
for me, God of High School, it isn't really about like, oh, there's like dragons and stuff. It's more about the story isn't there, and if I just want to watch cool fight scenes, I can just watch like just the scenes on YouTube, or just watch another show that has cool fight scenes but makes me care about the characters actually.
See,
Yeah,
yeah.
I really enjoy like in the beginning, I really enjoyed like the fight scenes and the character development throughout the show. And I was actually really hyped for the show, like every week watching it. And then it just goes into this weird like actual like supernatural god and stuff like that, and it just didn't make sense in my head. It was a basically a complete letdown to that point.
Yeah. God of High School, you treat the same way as you would treat Ruby. You would just literally just look up fight compilations because that's the only thing good about both of those shows. And that's
That's fair.
yeah.
That's fair. God
Uh,
of High School is Ruby is the same. You should treat the same as Ruby. You're just there for the action at this point. Except, at least God of High School I think had pretty consistent quality and fights throughout.
I mean, that's only
Ruby,
I don't know because they changed the production team like many
I'm
times,
gonna,
but let's not talk
I'm
about that. Anyways,
gonna.
Japan Sinks. Japan Sinks. Um, Japan Sinks was like 3 arcs of anime in 10 episodes, and it started off with this really like dark post-apocalyptic kind of story, which was like really gritty, and I really liked it. And then you had this like slice of life drug thing that was in the middle, and you don't know, like, you were wondering like how did we come from this like post-apocalyptic thing to this weird everyone's on drugs now. And then you go into this like last little bit where it's like we gotta save the world now, and it kind of is, the pacing is just all over the place and the tone is all over the place, and I don't even know what's going on in the show. I think if it kept the first like bit, but it was like all nitty gritty post-apocalyptic kind of thing, the show would have been fine. But it became a different show like over, over and over again,
Yeah.
and not in a good way, in a bad way.
Um, my favorite scene from that show will always be that time when that kid was walking and the big stone fell
Yeah,
and hit
everyone,
his head.
that's the big
That
meme.
was so funny. It was so out of nowhere. It just made me cracked up. But yeah, the show itself was just wasn't good.
Also, Xander, I
It
think
was
there's
just
a
bad.
question for you in chat about how uh yeah, how anime only it was. Anyways, if you don't have anything else to say, we should move on and do winners and predictions.
Cool, cool.
Uh,
Um,
so Octavio, why don't you start us out?
okay, for me personally, I'm taking the train wreck thing, I guess, as it has to have some hype behind it, like and then like Crash.
Hmm.
And personally, SAO, like the first season was good. I was having high hopes, or not really high hopes, just hopes. It wasn't gonna be like the first two, and then the second season happens and completely destroys everything. So yeah, and I honestly, it's kind of hard to say which one would win. Um, because I'm not sure. A lot of people like SAO to where I don't think they would see it as a train wreck. God of High School, I feel like has a lot of people saying it's a train wreck. Japan Sings, I don't think was watched enough, and I think enough people dropped Food Wars, like season 3, to not go to season 5. I'll go with God of High School
All
as
right,
probably the pick.
good predictions, Xander.
I think God of High School is my pick for sure. Again, because I subscribe to the second definition. Uh,
Yeah,
I think Octavia raises some pretty fair points about maybe people having dropped Food Wars before season 5 and not going on to it. And I think, despite what Ashley thinks, I think SAO, while it does have a negative reputation, I don't think that enough people are gonna just hate on SAO. I think I believe a little more in them picking something that they actually didn't like, and I think it's gonna be God of High School for that one.
all right, double God of High School,
Yeah.
Calvin.
For me, it's God of High School for both
All right.
because I was actually excited to watch this. Yep. Yeah,
Um,
that stuff happened.
I'm gonna do God of High School as well, and let's see what was the biggest train wreck of 2020. We have got off high school with 35% of the vote. Food Wars come in second with 30% of the vote, followed by SEO with 23 and Japan Sinks with 11.
See, actually, it wasn't even second. Like, you gotta have a little more faith. It had competition this year. All right.
Wait,
I also, again, I don't. Depending on how you like define train wreck, I don't think SAO has been a train wreck past maybe season 2, depending on how many expectations you had after Fairy Dance.
Season
think-
1, part 2.
I think if you that's the definition that that there has to be momentum going into the wreck, that most people probably don't see momentum in SAO if they don't like it, you know.
But
So
I think they did like Assassination a lot. Like a lot of
yeah,
people who like were like like they were done with SAO after SAO one, they came back for Assassination and they were like, oh, I really like this one.
okay, fair
And
enough. I liked Alicization, so there could have been momentum there,
but
yeah,
I'm surprised that many people watched Food Wars season five. I feel like people just voted it because they heard bad things about it.
or they read
yeah,
Because
the manga.
probably.
I don't believe there's 13 people in this server that has seen season five of Food Wars.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
like
don't think so either.
six.
Guys, I'm just saying, when your shonen manga starts trying to introduce a bunch of battles or superpowers, and it's not about that, it means they're starting to run out of ideas. It
Uh,
means they're panicking.
Coda,
Yeah, point.
Coda just has bad taste. It's fine.
Look at me, I can cross knives, and now I'm that like Mibasaka Subaru guy. Except, seriously, his whole deal was like about like impression. Like he just copied them, but like he studied them like really, really thoroughly. This guy just crosses his knives and like, oh, I've got your powers now.
Of course, bro. That's how life works, right?
Absolute bullshit.
Yeah. I
All
don't know.
right.
Wait, does mean I'm 3 for 3? Am I 3 for 3? Let's fucking go. Wait.
All
Have you
right.
not been predicting through the whole thing?
I've only done the ones that I'm on because I've been busy, getting food, doing homework.
I've got a
Imagine
66% correctness rate right now.
Hey
Or,
guys, it's
Imagine
JJK
getting food.
Friday.
I have
Anyways,
100% Sanders. Suck it.
we're gonna say goodbye to Octavia here,
Oh yeah. Peace
Join
out.
in.
Have fun. The rest
and
of the stuff. Don't
we're gonna
embarrass yourself more, Sander.
Yeah.
we're gonna bring a new guest, Dylan, onto the floor with us.
I think.
So if you could let me in. Yep, perfect.
Great.
Actually, let me make you a little bit bigger. Cool.
Hello.
All right. You
Is
glad
my
you could
audio good?
join us? Yep.
All right. What's up?
Turn you up a little. All right. Glad you could join us for best movie.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late. I just finished and came third in a Rocket League Dealers tournament. Hashtag humble flex.
Nice, nice.
Is the Rocket League tournament you were doing part of the A&M Esports subgroup?
Yes.
All right, cool. Excellent.
Ooh, very cool.
All right. Nominations for best movie of 2020. We have Heaven's Feels Part 3, Weathering with You, A Whisker Away, and Main Abyss, Dawn of the Deep Soul.
Mm.
Honest-
For,
It opens the door.
all right, for me, honestly, like obviously for me, it's gonna be great. If Heaven Feels 3. Whatever You was good, but it just wasn't as impactful. And it still revolves around like um adolescent romance. It wasn't, it just wasn't as good as his previous work, which was Kimi no Nawa. Whisker Away, same deal. It was adolescence romance. I have not seen Main in the Abyss movie, but I know Main in Abyss, the series itself, was good. But I haven't seen. I don't know what the movie is about.
All right. Well,
So I'm at a bit of a loss here. I haven't seen a single one. So
okay.
Actually, disappointing.
if you want my input, A Whisker Away has Yorushka on the soundtrack as like the theme of the movie. Really good. It's called the Hanabore, and you should listen to it. Yorushka's great.
All right.
It's a good OP.
Honestly, normally I would say Weathering with You would have it in the bag just because it's Weathering with You. But I feel like with the Fate movie and the Main Abyss, which I feel like a lot of people really liked when it came out, I feel like we have a good chance of some competition. Whisker Away, Xander hasn't seen it. He likes the soundtrack, but honestly, the movie was pretty mid. It felt like
Yeah.
a Ghibli copycat, where it tried to take some of those themes and tropes, but it didn't do a good job executing them.
Right.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
agree with that.
Anything you want to
Um,
add, Calvin?
Hmm?
Anything you want to add?
Not really. Just that I feel like Heaven Feels 3 just had a cleaner story. I mean, yeah, it's like a build off of the other two movies, but the the story itself was pretty clean. I really like the characters that are and already, and yeah, the fight choreography was just amazing.
Mhm. Anything you want to
right.
add, Dylan?
Yeah. So I watched all of these except for Made in Abyss. I've never watched the Made in Abyss series or the manga. Also, so I suffer from that. But I watched the rest of these. A Whisker Away, I'll agree, pretty mid. It's like a nice family movie, I guess. And although I think Heaven's Feel was a great film, like seriously, something about action animation is like it's ufotable. It's gonna be fantastic. You cannot beat Makoto Shinkai. Like, yeah, you can argue a lot of the themes repeated from Kimi no Na wa. As somebody who thinks Kimi no Na wa is her favorite piece of not just anime film but cinema, Weathering with You is not just like as good as Kimi no Na wa. It improves upon it, and it just for that it beats out all the rest of these movies for being a Makoto Shinkai masterpiece and a genuine piece of art.
Uh, I will say the problem with movies and why movies is always kind of an icky topic to do for anime awards is that it's a very limited screening and it is not easy to find ways to watch it. Like as you can tell, when we had the best fight with Saber versus Ryder, we had to find a camcorder version. So like it's very hard if someone didn't watch it in theaters to watch it, and that was only like a 1 week thing when it was on theaters. So um, viewing abilities is kind of like a limited factor here. So Let's Go Away, which is on Netflix, has a huge advantage. Also, Weathering with You, which has been out for basically a year now, and people had a lot of chance to watch it. It has a pretty decent advantage over the Fate and Made in the Abyss movie because Made in the Abyss just came out a month or two ago, and Hidden Fuse was out for like a week. So its movie's a little bit of a harder situation to judge fairly. But yeah, let's do predictions. Dylan, do you want to start us out?
You know, I think the Fate fan base in this club is strong enough to give it the win, whether enough people have watched it or not. But I'm gonna go with Weathering with You, just because I'm counting on the art channel and all the other channels with really good taste to recognize how this film transcends as a piece of art rather than just a entertainment.
Wow. All right, all right. So is that Weathering with You for both of them?
Ah,
Is that
Yeah,
that was a good laugh.
that's
Dylan?
his pick.
All
It's
right.
double weathering.
Xander?
Uh, Again, my personal favorite it's not a really serious pick because again I haven't watched these, but I do recommend listening to Hanabore for Whisker Away.
Okay.
As for what I think is going to win, I think you had a very, very valid point in that the length of time Weathering with You has been out gives it far too big of an advantage to be surpassed. So I think Weathering with You should win.
All right, Calvin.
Uh, my pick is obviously Heaven Feels. For what the people picked, yeah, whatever it's been out for a while. It's pretty popular. It's Makoto Shinkai film.
Yeah.
Definitely not his best work. But yeah, I think it does maybe deserve like a spot in the best movies.
I would probably go with Heaven's Feels. Um, if it was your name instead of Waiting with You, I might have gone with your name, but Waiting with You just doesn't stand up to us. But yeah, let's see. What was the winner for the best movie of 2020? We have the best movie was Weathering with You with 53% of the
Yeah, that
votes.
that was free.
Fate coming in second. Um, and Whisker Away Main Abyss with third.
I knew
Garden
it
of
could count.
Woods is good, but no one knows any other Makoto Shinkai movies other than your name and Weathering with You. So that's just how people are.
True.
He's done a lot of other stuff other than Garden of Woods, but no one also
Like
knows
Ice
about those.
Emperor.
I think everyone's first Shinkai film is like their favorite. Like whoever watched Garden of Words first is probably their favorite, and so on with Kimi no Nawa and whatnot. But yeah, thank you Cold Wet Memes. Thank you our channel for all the people with good taste who voted.
What a
Whoever,
wet meme. What?
yeah, that's for all the good tastes. I couldn't say that with a straight face.
All right, we're up to damn.
All
All right,
All right.
thank you for
right,
joining us,
hold on,
Dylan.
hold on. So this man said Call of Weapons has good taste. Real quick, let's look at the most recent posted Call of Weapons.
All right. All right. All right.
Interesting.
What was
It's a
it?
shitty TikTok.
Interesting.
Okay, and then there's also Hall Live right before that. Okay, cool.
Hey, the Hall Life is good though.
Anyways, we're gonna move on. Thank you for joining
No, I'm
us,
talking about the real subs from,
Dylan.
from Anime of the Year. It's Hollow Graffiti.
I I never rate stuff
Yo.
out of spite, but I might rate that out of spite. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Thank you for joining us, Dylan. You'll be joining us again shortly. But until then, we're gonna bring back, I believe, Chris for this.
That's not my name.
That is your name. All right. Our
Can you tag
nominees.
Coda in?
Uh,
kidding.
Coda's got some whack taste.
I'm kidding.
You know his whack taste. You don't need Q. Anyways, our nominees for best opening for 2020, we have Black Catcher from Black Clover, Kakai Kitan from Jujutsu Kaisen, Realize from Raid Zero Season 2, and Daddy Daddy Do from Kaguya-sama Love
We
is
got
War.
on the
These are
first
some
film
bad
or event.
takes.
Alright, hold on.
Oh, what did you
It
just say?
says,
These are some. Ooh, we're missing some big ones. Oh my
Ah,
god.
I don't know what
I
you
mean,
could
it
be
is
missing.
also like a popularity contest.
Even
no,
that being
because
said,
Black Clover wouldn't be on there as a popularity
yeah,
contest.
exactly. Why is Black Clover on there?
Because it's a
Like,
good
where's
song.
where's the Great Pretender OP, man? Where's Easy Breezy? Oh well. Um,
It happens.
the good news is two of these are two of my favorites. For this year, I think Kakai Kitan and Daddy Daddy Do are both incredible. Shut up, He's aware of
Dachi OP.
I'm so mad.
Oh god.
Oh
You're
man.
just gonna pull out another obscure OP.
But yeah, I love Eve, and I was really impressed with the animation in the Jujutsu OP. I think it's really cool and fluid, and they do a great job of characterizing everyone. And also, I like the way they do their backgrounds. It's so cool. Also, the
yeah.
cut of the panda running on the building is like
Dude,
best moment.
That's everyone's
2020.
favorite moment.
Every time I see it, I always scream out Panda.
Such a good moment. And then I love Daddy Daddy Do. We talked about this on my own Discord Seniors Awards show. But
Okay.
I think that it does a great job, even better than the first season of Kaguya, in like showing what Kaguya is about, because it basically adapts like a scene in Kaguya into the OP. It's like the way the format is. It's like, oh, there's a conflict, and how is Kaguya gonna try to get him to eat the lunchbox? And it's like it's all on the OP, and the song's really good too. Big fan.
Yeah. Out of all these, I think my favorite song would be Daddy Daddy Do. But my choice would have to go to Jujutsu Kaisen with Kitan by Eve. It's a solid song, and also like you said, the animation for the OP is amazing. When I first saw it, I was like, wow, this show is definitely gonna be hype.
Kaguya, I do think I like the visual a lot better in season one, but I think I do prefer the music from season one over season two, which might be a hot take. Uh, Black Catcher, it's really good, but it's too much like Black Rover as far as the music, where
Yeah.
I you gotta change it up a little bit, please. But the visuals were cool for that one. Jujutsu Kaisen, we all said the same thing. And Realize was good, but I don't know if it's like top four good.
I
But
don't even think Realize is the best ReZero OP. I don't know.
Whoa! I mean, okay, that's not too like controversial actually, because Redo and
Yeah, I think they're both better.
Paradoxal are both really strong, but I think y'all are sleep. Okay, so me personally, I would have put Easy Breezy over Daddy Daddy Do on here, but like,
Yeah, same.
I got I got my other top three
Hot
of the year
take.
on here.
Hot take.
I may have like shilled for like half of these two.
Sorry. Anything I do is just more recognizable.
Realize, I think y'all are sleeping on Realize. Black Hatch, I could understand being below Kai Kai Kitan and Realize because those are my top two, but Realize, I think y'all are sleeping on. Like, after a 4-year like hiatus, this was the return that I needed. You get like all these like flashes of characters that you got super looking badass and just walking through an entire like graveyard of himself basically.
Yeah, I like the visuals.
Yeah.
I think what it does for storytelling is good. I just think that the song is not as good as some other ones in this year.
Mm.
I think Konomi Suzuki struck gold like twice this year with both
I mean,
Theater of Life and
the song was good, but I think the visuals for the first opening from season 1 was just better.
Oh, that's true. I
To be
mean,
honest.
I wouldn't say better, but that's. I mean, I can understand your point. You know, I think. Oh, this one's tough for me. I still haven't decided whether like. I think there is the part of the knock against Realize 2 is that how like little it was showed. People might like it a little less because of that, but I think just because of this is too hard for me. I really can't pick my favorite between Kai Kai Kitana Realize. It feels like I'm betraying the other one if I pick one.
Well, you got to.
All right, you guys can go first. You guys can go first.
All right. Any other comments before we do predictions? All right, Chris, why don't you start us out?
For me, it's gonna be Kai Kai Kitan, which ended up being one of my favorites of the year. Big fan. I think that it's probably gonna win as well.
All
Though I
right.
think there's a small chance Daddy Daddy do could get it. But yeah.
Calvin.
Yeah, this is really hard for me because I really like Kakar Kitan and Dai Dai Do. I like the music more for Dai Dai Do, but the visual for Jujutsu Kaisen OP, it's just so much better. But I think taking it all into account, Kakar Kitan would probably be my personal choice, and also be the people's best choice as well.
All right. You good there, Xander?
Kai Kai Kitan should win. That I know for sure. I'm gonna say that I like Realize better for OP. It
Wow.
hurts. It hurts.
What the shonen? Not choosing the shonen choice?
So I told you it's too hard for me. But in
What's
order to, I think it sways me just a bit. That Kai Kai Kitan took a little bit for me to warm up to it, so Realize just kind of had a little like more impact out of the gate. I think that that will maybe pick it 4 now. 4 now. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
so? What's your predicted winner?
My predicted winner is Kai Kai Kitan, though.
Okay.
That one I had no doubts of. I think that one should win.
I'm probably gonna go with JJK for my winner, and we'll see who actually wins. And Aggie-SAMA's best opening of 2020 is Daddy Daddy Do with 34% of the
More,
vote.
more fans. More fans. Look at that. Oh, it was
Realize takes
decent
second
margin.
though.
Realize takes second.
JJK takes third,
Huh.
That's
and Black
really
Catcher takes
surprising.
fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, show me the graph. Oh, okay. First of all, I'm glad that Black Catcher got 17% at least. I appreciate it, guys. But, gosh, darn, I'm gonna find everyone in that 34% and crusade against them. Oh,
That's crazy.
I think
I
Yeah,
really
the-
thought Jujutsu
The
was more
song is
popular.
like definitely my top 10, but I just thought the visuals for Jujutsu Kaisen just is so much better.
Black.
stupid Daddy Daddy Do supporters brought me down to a 50% correctness rate right now. These people.
Dude,
Black-
just
It's
don't
like
have
the-
trash
yeah.
taste.
I think this is the first one I got wrong. Actually, it was just crazy.
Absolutely wounded right now. Oh.
Daddy, daddy, do.
Damn. Yeah. I think Black Clover did good because Black Catcher sounds like Black Clover, and I think Black Clover is like universally accepted as like a good opening. So that's probably helped.
Man.
Black
Only
Clover
thing
has
good about the
insane-
show is just the openings.
Hey, Black Clover has amazing openings. In fact, I think it's
That's the
probably
only
got
thing
the
good about it.
best spread of openings. I think of the
Damn.
shonen.
Okay, this is gonna be. All right. I think we say bye to Chris here, and we bring back Dylan.
All right.
All right, bye, Chris.
All right.
This is best opening song, right?
We're almost
Okay.
done. This is honorable mention opening.
I'm surprised you put 7 to 9 by the way on the schedule. I
Well, that's our normal. That's our normal podcast time. But I knew this was
no,
gonna run a little
this is
late.
an award ceremony. You always know how long these take. We got important discussions to be had.
Okay.
Yes, and tell off bad opinion.
Anyways, nominees for best honorable mention for opening, which basically means just good music. We don't care about the visuals. Is
Alright, good.
Torch of Liberty from Fire Force Season 2, Phoenix from Haikyuu, Welcome to Chaos from Dorohedoro, and Mr. Fixer, It Invaded.
Ooh.
Now, I personally believe Welcome to Chaos belongs in opening, not honorable mention, because the visuals are just like wacky and
It's got some wacky shit.
it's wacky
in
trippy,
there.
but like it fits the theme of the show so well that it it belongs. Any other show maybe not, but yeah. Thank you for hanging out with us, Connor. Sorry we just took so long. Basic Fixer, the rest of them I could kind of see. I do like some of these visuals, but I don't think none of them are like top of the list, other than Doradora.
Um, Torch of Liberty. Honestly, it's good, but not my favorite Fire Force OP. Like, it's
That's only
probably
because
one-
Inferno kind of just torches the not to I mean pun intended, but torches the entire competition for Fire Force.
Well, I mean, there's that, but also like Spark Again by
Yeah,
Aimer.
you
Was
had
really good.
Aimer as well, which is like, how are you gonna compete with all of
By
those?
being Kana Boon.
But Aimer,
Yeah, I feel like this was Connor's Boon's weakest song, to be honest.
Hold on. Okay, that's fair. Out of the Andy songs, this might be probably the weakest, but
I will also say I think Spark is one of Aimer's weakest song as well.
that's true.
Yeah.
So
To be honest, I didn't really vibe too much with both the Fire Forces openings, even though I will say that Torch of Liberty is going to be my pick from here, just because I don't care for Phoenix, I don't really care for Mr. Fixer too much, and Welcome to the Chaos. Welcome to the Chaos is unfortunately in a weird situation because I care more about the visuals than the music.
which is why it should have
So-
been an opening, but oh
Well,
well.
that's no, because the overall one should be both together in harmony.
Yeah,
and
that's why I think it should belong in the other category, not this one.
while,
But
while it
it's,
does, I just don't think that it's kind of in a really weird, awkward position for me
It's fine.
because
anyways.
it won't win either one.
Any takes, Dylan?
Yeah, so Torch of Liberty is like not. I didn't bop as hard to Torch of Liberty as I did for Fire Force Season 1's 2 openings, which were spectacular as far as just like listening in the car music. Mr. Fixer is not even the best ID Invaded soundtrack. There are some Miyavi tracks that blow Mr. Fixer out of the water. So it's honestly, and I have a lot of like salt and mauled of like how criminal it is that this is on here, like, and not even Easy Breezy, right? Easy Breezy isn't even up here, but all that's had to be said about that and do winning or whatever has already been said. So I'm not going to go on about it. Welcome to Chaos is fun. It's like crackhead music. I love crackhead music. I am crackhead. There's this really good mix that Triple Q did on YouTube with that mixes with 100 gex, and although I don't consider 100 gex music, it's pretty damn good.
Oh no!
So for me, it's going to have to be Phoenix because Burnout Syndrome is just such a unique band, and Kazumi Kumagai, the lead vocalist who does that, has such a signature, like powerful voice, and is honestly an international treasure that I cannot deny my vote. So it has to be Phoenix for me.
All right.
You know what is criminally underrated?
What?
Interspecies Reviewers OP.
Oh my God, get out of here,
Shut
Calvin.
up.
You know what?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's such a good YMCA, dude. It's so good.
Okay.
I am committing suppression of the First Amendment.
Two things about what Dylan was saying. Miyavi didn't do any openings for It Invaded, so I think it's qualified. I think it qualified one for the EDs, but
It didn't qualify for opening or EDs. I
It,
realized that, but also like
it
it's just such
qualified.
good soundtrack that it just makes Mr.
I
Fixer look weak,
I think it qualified for one of
regardless.
the EDs.
Eh,
Did it not?
point taken.
But
He
anyways,
likes the sound. He likes the OST better.
I do think I like the ED better, but if Miyavi did an opening, I would have definitely gone with
Oh,
that
the
one.
80s.
But so just because it's like these are the honorable mention, this doesn't mean that these are like the next four best. These are the ones that we thought specifically had a weak visual, but had really good songs. So Easy Breezy wouldn't I wouldn't put Easy Breezy in this category because I do think the visuals are really good for it. So it would have
Yeah, no,
belonged
Easy
in the other
Breezy is not
category.
here only because its visuals are good, but unfortunately, it's not good enough to match the other four that were nominated.
Yeah.
So
So I wouldn't compare like the opening and the honorable mention openings
you
to each
know,
other
these
because
for anyone still confused about the categories, again, one is for visuals and songs and is the higher category. Anyone that was not like even in the nominations is technically higher than the ones in this category. It's just that this one is just music, so things like, you know, maybe Silhouette from Naruto Shippuden can get recognized, even though its visuals kind of suck. So
uh, the most recent ones from last year, the Domestic Girlfriend opening, people really liked that one, but the visuals were like non-existent for that one. So shows like that is what that's for. Also for especially for EDs, because some EDs have really ballers animation. Because EDs in tip in general have pretty weak animation. So when one has really good animation, it just blows out the water. But it's kind of unfair for the other EDs where it kind of gets overshadowed by like the one song with really good animation. Cock off JJK. But yeah,
you really gotta
that's.
spoil the next one.
I mean, we know what's nominated. You guys voted. You should know what's nominated. It's not a surprise.
Maybe there's
Um.
some viewers out there that didn't get to participate.
Anyway,
Come on
sorry,
now.
I didn't mean to clear selection. But yeah. Anyone else? Anything else people want to say about these songs?
Um, no.
I think we get to moving on. Let's do
Cool.
this.
I am glad that Dylan is repping the Haikyuu because I do think it's a good opening, but not
Of
many
course.
people up to date with the Haikyuu. But I love it. Anyway, so Dylan, why don't you start us with the your winner and your predicted?
Um, as far as predicted goes, I don't see how Phoenix could lose this. Like, I think not enough people watched Fire Force Season 2 or ID Invaded to appreciate either one, or just even the song on its own. I know it's just a song on its own, but like that's how people aren't going to get exposed to it. Dear Hetero, I don't think enough people like consider it like enough of their favorite song, and a lot of people have probably just clicked Haikyuu, and yeah, that's probably the one who wins, and it's also my favorite. So yay.
All right, double Haikyuu lock in, Xander.
I support Torch of Liberty for my personal pick just because of Kana Boon. Also, Phoenix isn't like I've only liked one opening from Haikyuu, and it's Hikari Are.
Of
So
course it is.
I do think Phoenix will win though because there's enough Haikyuu fans in this server for that.
All right, Calvin.
Even though Torch of Liberty was probably the weakest song for me in Fire Force, I do like it more than the other three choices. So that would be my personal pick. But yeah, like everyone else said, I think the overall best choice would be Phoenix.
Um, I'm actually surprised you guys are all saying that Haikyuu is going to get voted because it's Haikyuu and people are going to vote for it because Haikyuu
Gotta know
hasn't
your
been nominated for anything really
yeah, but
up
you
until
gotta know
now.
your demographic, and people like Haikyuu more than they like the other three here.
True.
That is true, but you know, hopefully people pay attention to music and not the show. But yeah.
Talk to the
Yeah.
My Hero fans.
Talk to my hero fans.
My winner would probably be Phoenix as well. Yeah, I think Welcome to Chaos is great, but a huge part of it is the visuals that goes along with it. And if I'm doing purely by song, I think Phoenix beats it out. So yeah, let's see what was the best honorable song for 2020. It is drum roll. It was a tie between It Invaded and Haikyuu.
Impressive.
Okay.
Honestly, that makes sense. Innovator was like a continual last
Damn,
time.
that's the
30.
first time I've dipped
And
below 50%.
But it also didn't win any other nominations so far.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair. Yeah, it's a lot of concentration of those two shows. I didn't get enough representation in the nomination.
12 votes, and then 9 votes for Doro. And then Fire Force just got with 7. All right, not bad. All right, we're gonna move on to ending now. Um, Goodbye, Dylan. We will see you again
Bye-bye.
shortly, and we'll bring back Chris.
Let's see.
That and that. Cool. All right, our nominees for Best ED of 2020 are Lost in Paradise, JJK, Memento, Ray Zero, Brand New Animal, Night Running, and Sword Art Online, I Will. Uh, I don't know if Ashley's here, but I know she want to talk about SAO.
All right, so can we first talk? If any of y'all like anything that isn't Lost in Paradise, can we talk about that first?
Sure.
Because we all know it's gonna win.
Memento is pretty good. I think.
Yeah,
No, no,
I like
I
Memento's
enjoy
Memento.
great.
Memento.
I'll talk about Night Running because that's the one that I like a lot actually out of this list. Though, I think that
Memento Joy.
it's going to be I agree that it's probably a little bit inevitable here. I think that I love the visuals of Night Running. I really like whoever does these character designs and this like animation art style for this. They the same person that did the Little Witch Academia EDs, which I really like too. It's this really cool fluid character animation of the character. She had the main character Michiru like running, and there's all a bunch of different dynamic stuff with all the animals that are different transformations, and also the song is just so good. Definitely, I'll be surprised if this one's not nominated for the honorable mention. I guess if it's there's no crossover. Um, really catchy song. Um, yeah, I like BNA. Didn't get very much love in these awards, but I like BNA.
I feel like, yeah, the show in general kind of just got swept under the rug. I guess because it was a Netflix show,
I
and
think
Netflix
it's because
shows
of
in
Netflix show,
general
yeah.
tend to not get a lot of recognition, like Doro,
Which sucks. Yeah.
which, I thought would be easier to binge shows on Netflix, but
I guess except for Great Pretender, it's one of the few Netflix ones that really broke out.
well,
I think.
Violet did as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So, and was Devilman Crybaby Netflix only?
Yeah.
So yeah, Netflix had a couple of breakouts. Also, Karen Tuesday.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't think Netflix is the problem.
Anyway, yeah, I like Memento as well. I have never heard this SAO one, so I'm sure it's fine.
Tim, you have.
Yeah.
What do you think about it? You want to show for it?
I like Aoi or Aoi.
I was waiting to see if Ashley was gonna pop out because I know she wanted to go on a whole tangent about it.
Did she?
I'll let her go if she wants to rant about it. That's totally fine.
I just don't know where
Ashley,
she
you
is.
here? Hold on, let me
She's
check
on
your-
the call. She's on the call. She's not gonna join.
No,
I don't
let's
think.
see, let's see. Wait, what? Okay. Wait.
Are you
We can talk
messaging
about.
her?
We could probably just talk about Lost in Paradise real quick.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before we go to that, I'll talk a bit about Memento a little more. So, I love Memento. Mostly, I mean, the visuals and stuff for the actual opening are pretty interesting. It's got a lot of green butterflies as like the kind of tying thematic. But also, regarding the music as well, every time it comes on at the end of at the end of a episode, it starts off with this sort of like haunting feeling, and you kind of just realize, oh shit, the episode's ending. What's happening? What's happening? And then you get scenes like where Petra's arm is just blown off, and the ending is playing, and it just really sticks with you. Memento just hits really hard
But
when it comes on.
is that because of the song and plus
The,
visual, or is it
the,
because of the
the
things that
song,
happened in the show itself?
the song is stronger than the visuals, but the visuals are still good, which is why it belongs in this category. Because even if you just watch the ending only version, you've got a lot of shots of the witches, and it feels almost mystical and intimidating. I'm trying to find the words for it, but
Yeah,
it's a good.
I get the vibe. I think I give it credit for playing every episode, unlike the OP,
Yeah.
which plays I think 4
Never.
times maybe in the entire show. And we're on season 2. I think we're on a streak of no OP so far,
Woo.
which is great.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
haven't seen. Was it Long Shot? I haven't seen it yet.
If it airs this most recent episode, maybe I haven't seen that one yet. But anyway, yeah, it's good. I like the song.
All right.
All
So
right.
Ashley responding. So let's just address the elephant in the room.
Lost of Paradise.
Yeah, they did it again, man. Like so this is Ali who did the opening for Beastars as well, Wild Side, which is probably the best OP of last year. I don't know if it won.
I did.
Okay, so they're just an insanely talented band, but on top of that, they keep getting these super like creative visuals. I'm so weak to like EDs where it's a bunch of characters dancing around, and the art style with like the paint out of the lines with all the different characters in different outfits is so good, so insanely good.
Yeah, the art style was really really unique, and honestly, definitely one of my favorite ED visuals out there.
Yeah.
And the song itself is just bops so hard. I just love I guess you could say like the bopping jazziness of it.
Having great visuals is just a surefire way to win these awards. Like last year was the Chica, and like
Yeah,
it wasn't even that good.
another ED where
Like
someone's dancing.
it wasn't that good of like lyrics, music wise, it wasn't even that good. But because it's Chica and the
Well, I think the
visuals,
music was
No,
a big
it was
part.
good, but like it
Yeah.
wasn't the
It was
best.
the skirt physics.
Ah.
It wasn't the best by far, by a long shot. That's why.
Rotoscoping's one hell of a drug, man.
That's why I'm like, just have good visuals and just win needy, which is why I like having these honorable awards
Yeah,
because it helps
exactly.
when like one song just like destroys the competition.
All right. So
Okay.
before I hand it off to Ashley, just my piece on JJK as well. Yep. Super. It's kind of like minimalistic in a sense. It's a lot less fancy than some of the other animation, but also unique at the same time. The Chris is right in that when you have a really catchy song and then you get the characters dancing, that's it. Think about was it Sugar Song and Bitter Step? How do you beat that? How do you beat that kind of feel good ending like that? You just don't.
True.
But
All right,
Ashley,
let's go to Ashley and then we can do
Good
our
recall day.
votes.
Just asking, have y'all said anything about this ending yet?
No,
Or
we
not
were
really?
waiting for you.
Nope. No.
Oh,
Also 'cause
okay.
I don't
Well,
think we listened to it.
honestly, I don't know. I don't want to like talk too much. I just think the ending was nice because one, if you think about all the SAO endings thus far, they've always been focused on like the heroines of the series. Like Leafa's arc was about Leafa, Sinon's arc was about Sinon, Yu-Gi-Oh was about Yu-Gi-Oh, like all the and Yuki as well. So like but Kirito's like the main character and he's like really never gotten his own ending. So like I will it's like because like this whole like last arc focused on him like as a character, like or at least there was a part in it that focused on him, like the whole nightmare sequence. And so like um the ending, like if I don't know how many of y'all watched it, but like it starts off with him like in a boat and he's like his eyes are closed because it kind of represents him like being like in that coma. And then I'm not gonna talk too much, but like there's like a bunch of walls around him. He's in this boat all by himself. And then like Yu-Gi-Oh is there, like kind of like that catalyst, like wake him up and like make him feel better. I guess like that's I don't know how to explain it very well. But then like at the like once Yu-Gi-Oh's there, like all like the walls start breaking down, and then he gets off the boat or like it gets thrown off the boat, and then like that's like him coming back to reality. I don't know. I just like the symbolism in the ending for that. And then like you see him like going to the surface like towards the end of the ending, like you see him like reaching out, and then like you see Asuna there. And so like I just thought that I'm like really simplifying it. I feel like I could do a way better job if I planned this out better. But like I just like the symbolism of the ending and how it like shows how Kirito has like gone through a lot, and how like his friends like Yuji and Asuna are like there for him, and like there's light at the end of the tunnel basically for him. And yeah, that's why I like that ending.
excellent. 3-page essay on my desk before we play Fortnite tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm so informative.
Right.
Oh, before we do predictions, real quick, shout out to the actual the biggest sub of the year. The Great Pretender ED is so good. How did it get
No,
snubbed?
no, get
Literal
out of here.
Buttery
Not
Mercury
here.
song.
It's not here. Get out. Chris, win and prediction.
I think this. I think if anyone doesn't predict Lost in Paradise, they're smoking crack.
All right,
So
Xander,
I would
Calvin,
say that for.
anything else?
Same. Both
No,
of
it's-
those.
Cool.
this is double JJK.
Double and
All
double
right,
JJ.
let's.
I will say
Oh,
though-
all in.
would you
Hold
look
on,
at
hold on, hold
that? Lost in Paradise 1.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
It was a bot.
Wait. Let me see those percentages.
57. Not even the biggest win.
Yeah,
Not
I
even
know,
the
that's
cleanest
kinda-
sweep.
No.
That's kind of nuts. I was really expecting like a landslide.
Tokyo.
What was the I think it was 65, right? What was
Yeah,
65
the
again?
Kaguya one was like 65.
59.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 65.
I think that I don't know why Kaguya had such a large margin, but I think that while JJK was inevitably gonna win, I think Memento provided a decent enough challenge that people were swayed a bit.
Wow. I mean,
Like I don't know why it just dominated Spring so hard.
I would say like, the other two are like pretty close to each other, 8, 7, 5. So,
I think Best ED overall had some decent competition this year.
no. All right, we're
Decent.
gonna want to kick
Decent is
Chris
relative.
out again and bring
Bye.
back Dylan. There we go. All right, best honorable mention for ED. We have Prover from FGO Babylonia, Slump, Tower of God, Welcome My Friend from Millionaire Detective, and Haru Ryuku from Heaven's Fields.
Ooh.
So I would say, even though there are two Fate nominees here, it actually might be more detrimental than helpful because now the Fate fans are split between the two, which is why personally I think the Crunchyroll fucked up by adding to JJK for their best fight, is because now the fan base is going to be split between the two. But I think all of these are pretty decent. I think no, okay, yeah, these are all pretty decent. Aimer and Melee and all of them.
Yeah. Personally, like Melee Prover is really good, but honestly, it's just Aimer for Heaven's Fields 3. Too good. It's such a good ED.
Dylan, anything you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Fate vote's going to be split here, despite how good both of those songs are. Slump is something I like to turn on whenever it just like the week has ended and I'm just ready to go to sleep and I just reflect over my week. It's a good like think song. Although I like Welcome My Friend as just better as a song. Also, I think A Millionaire Detective had a lot of people watch it, or like at least more people than like was expected. And all that fan base is going to crowd and vote for that song in comparison to the other fan bases, which are kind of split or not really like that into the songs. So definitely Welcome My Friend.
Slump is one of those weird things where I think the ED is much better than the opening, which doesn't happen too often. That might be a hot take, but I did like.
Well, I wouldn't say it's for me. I like the opening enough where it's not like the ending is way better, but the reason the ending is better for me is because I got a huge like dose of nostalgia from it. If any of you boomers out there have watched Code Lyoko before, Code Lyoko had a ending, and even though it's a Western cartoon, so it's not like a full song.
No, it's a
Code
French
Lyoko's
cartoon.
ending- Huh?
It's a French cartoon.
Yeah, it's Western.
Okay.
Yeah. So Code Lyoko had like a really nice ending that wrapped up a lot of the episodes. And Slump just really, really reminded me of it. So I just really like Slump. I like the vibe, the feel of it. It gave me a lot of nostalgia for Code Lyoko, but it's my pick. I listened to the other ones, didn't really do anything for me, or maybe the nostalgia from Slump was just that good.
All right. Calvin, anything you want to add?
Aimer is literally a goddess. That's all I have to say.
Can't deny that.
All right then. All right. If there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and move on uh, to the winning prediction. Dylan.
Yeah. Now I'm kind of like split, right? Because I think there's enough people who like slump over Welcome My Friend on second fight. Even though I like Welcome My Friend better personally, it hypes me up in the morning. But yeah, I mean, obviously prediction is probably slump, even though I like Welcome My Friend better.
Say that one more time.
Prediction is slump, even though I like Welcome My Friend better.
All right.
TLDR. Yeah.
Xander.
Slump is my favorite. As to who will win, I think even with the split vote, one of the fates will win.
Which one?
I'm gonna say Prover. I'm gonna say Prover wins.
All right. Calvin.
My personal favorite would be let's see. I'm just deciding, but I really like Heaven Feels 3 ED. I'm just gonna choose that for Angry.
For both?
The one who will
Okay.
win. Let's see. This is hard. I'll trust the Fate fans. Heaven Feels 3.
Damn. All right. For me, wasn't really a hard one to do because AIM was like probably top 5 artists for me. So just easy Heaven's Feels for me. All right, and our winner for the honorable mention winner of ED for 2020 is a tie between Heaven's Feels and Luna Detective.
Okay.
30.8%
Nice.
vote.
Looks like Heaven's Feel was more popular than Prover. Interesting.
Prover was actually last.
Wow. That's impressive.
Slump taking third. All right. Okay, we are almost done. Last one. Let's end this well. Thank you for joining us, Dylan.
Awesome.
I'm so glad
Uh,
Millionaire Detective got the love it deserves. Bye.
It's a great
Thanks
ED.
for having me.
I'm glad it's you.
Yeah, it's really good.
Thanks for coming, Dylan.
Thanks, Dylan. All right, let's end with Chris and let's end strong.
End of the year, right? Let's do it.
All right.
Our Enemy of the Year nominations are that was too much. Great Pretender, Rent a Girlfriend, Kaguya Season 2, and Snafu Climax.
All right. Huh.
Wow.
I'm trying to be nice tonight.
I mean,
Yeah.
so we talked about all of these pretty
Yeah,
extensively.
definitely these are ones that were
Yes.
heavily nominated for sure.
Mhm.
Um,
So clearly people love it.
I think we can get to the predictions and also give like some of the reasoning around also why we would pick one over the other.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
I
And
have-
we can all give I think our personal, even if it's not on here, perhaps
Yeah.
too, just for fun.
I will also
Um,
say that if you were upset with any of these nominations or any of these winners, these are all from you guys' votes. So
You did this.
this is you have no one to
This
blame
was-
but yourself.
This was a choice.
I feel like this is fair. This is fair.
Two of these might be fair. Two might be a bit sus. I won't say which one.
I'm not just not just for this, but for anything that just happened tonight. If there was anything you're upset with, it's all on you guys and your fellow weebs in this server and this club. It's all on you
it's
guys.
fine. We don't have to shame people right now.
I'm just saying if they're upset. I'm not saying.
not shaming them. I'm preemptively saying, hey, if you flame me, you did this. It's on you. But yeah, let's go.
All right, Chris. why don't
Okay,
you,
so out of these picks, it's really tight. I'm gonna go ahead. I'll do mine first. So actually, this is
Wait,
convenient.
your winner
because
was in
it
here.
has, Huh?
Your winner's in here.
I know. It's actually my top 2 are in here, which I
Yeah.
like a
So
lot.
what do you?
So no. I'm talking more about what they're gonna say.
Okay.
So yeah, my top 2 anime of the year were Kaguya in second, Kaguya season 2, second place. This is really close, by the way. I had a hard time picking, but Great Pretender ended up being my anime of the year this year. For a lot of reasons I talked about previously. I think it's a really incredible production, a really unique awesome storyline that just literally goes all over the globe with some of the best like characters in anything I've seen in a while. It's just fun. It's just straight up fun to watch. And then Kaguya is one of my favorite manga of all time, and it's getting adapted to perfection. And I think the animation and direction is stellar too. It's been a blast. I did really like this season of Snafu. I It was nice being like done with For the Ride after so long. After starting in 2013, Snafu was one of the first seasonal anime I ever watched in 2013, a long time ago. So it was fun. Never seen Rent a Girlfriend, don't care. But yeah, my prediction though, I think Aggie-sama is gonna pick Kaguya, and that's a I yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I think they're gonna pick Kaguya for Anime of the Year.
All right, Xander.
Is the big ticket one. My personal pick of these four is going to be Great Pretender. I think it deserves it. My personal favorite from like overall at the end of the year was Decadence. I say Decadence, assuming that ReZero and JJK aren't qualifying. Decadence was technically my third, but is now would have been Anime of the Year for me. I personally thought it just, in my mind, it was like after I got hit on the head after episode 1 with that transformation, and then the rest of the series, it felt like some kind of like redemption for all the suffering I had after episode 19 on Frank's, you know. So
I,
it
I,
felt,
I
there
don't
was
know
a
why you
special.
compared the two shows. They're not that similar.
No,
Even with everything we know, it's not
you
that
think
similar.
I agree that once you explain it to me, it's probably a little more similar to Attack on Titan, but that's how that was the, as soon as like the first episode ended and the second started, I went over to David and was like, "Yo, I'm getting bad Frank's vibes." And and so to me, that's just my personal take. All right, so it had a special meaning in that way for me.
All right.
As to who will win, I think more people watch Kaguya-sama, so I am betting on Kaguya.
And what was your personal winner?
My personal winner was
Was-
Decadence.
No,
I mean,
but on here.
of the four,
Yeah.
Great Pretender.
All right. And then Calvin.
I love the Great Pretender and Kaguya-sama season 2, but you know me, I'm biased, right?
Mm-hmm.
My personal winner has to be Origaru. Like, oh my god, like watching the first episode of season 3 after all these years and seeing how much Hachiman changed from the previous 2 seasons. Oh, it was so good. Like, just it's like a feels good moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then just going through along the journey, just to finally get to the ending. It's a satisfying ending at that point. I don't know. It's just best anime for me. But honestly, I think the winner would definitely be for like people's choice would be Great Pretender.
All right. All right. Pretty split between GP and Kaguya for winners. My personal winner would be Kaguya, because I think the first season Kaguya was great. You know, it was one of the few shows that it actually made me laugh a lot, and I enjoyed it a lot. But I feel like that's all it was. It was just like on the surface funny comedy show. But season 2 really kind of cemented the the series by adding more depth and development to its characters. Where I feel like, you know, uh, Ishigami or like, I mean, Chica's still kind of, but like they're not just like gag characters are just there for the gags. They're actually, they're becoming more important. And even the main two characters, Shigami and Kaguya, they have a lot of development as far as their feelings and throughout the show. So for me, I think Kaguya season 2 like filled in everything that was missing from season 1, which was already like an amazing show. And GP was great too, but like it is just the ending that like there was that one flaw, and Kaguya didn't really have any big flaws that makes me choose that in shout Kaguya over Great Pretender.
That's a fair assessment.
But yeah, let's see what was Aggie-SAMA 2020 Game of the Year. The winner for Aggie-SAMA Game of the Year 2020 was Great Pretender by one vote.
Ooh, okay, that
What?
makes me feel better about myself. That was close.
Kaguya with 15 votes, GP with 16. Rent a Girlfriend beating out Snafu though,
Huh?
with 9 votes to 8 votes.
All right.
That's the
That is
power of
pretty.
memes.
That is pretty cringe. Not gonna
That
lie.
is, I have to agree.
Um,
All right.
I will say, Snafu was the most nominated show from this award. It was Kaki and Snafu's top two, followed by My Hero,
You bet that Calvin defended it at every step of the way.
and then Went to
Yes,
Girlfriend.
sir. Salute.
It was good job.
Hey, great
Good
pretender
job.
one.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
good.
sorry. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I'm glad people had as
Yeah.
much fun with it as I did.
Congrats to great pretender.
I mean, I'm okay with GP winning,
Yeah, me
honestly.
too. Absolutely, I would be fine with either of these winning.
Well deserved from both of them. Top two.
Damn. Well, thank you everyone for coming out and hanging out with us for this very longer than we thought award ceremony.
Hey,
No
longer than
worries.
you thought. I knew this was coming.
Hey.
I was hoping for
I just-
3 hours,
I
but
just want y'all to know that my friend's award show was like 5.5 hours, so y'all still beat us.
yours is stupidly long
Yeah, we
by
have a
like
ton of categories.
a lot.
We have so many categories.
Oh god.
It's yours is stupidly long. But yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah, 4 hours. We're gonna go ahead
We
and
finally
post the
eat.
awards on the Discord server, and VOD's gonna go on YouTube if you want to miss it out and want to check this out. And again, but yeah, thank you
Alright,
everyone.
hold up. Quick, before we go, I got to show real quick, not for my own channel, don't worry. We have tomorrow is an art meeting, 4 to 6. If you're interested in art, you are watching, please go check that out, especially if you're new. Madeline always loves having new people in her meetings. We have the manga meeting at 5 to 6 on Sunday, also run by Madeline. Tim will be there helping out as well. We're doing Spirit Circle, really good manga for the continual.
Ooh, awesome.
You
That's a
should
good
go
pick.
hang out and
Pretty
read
powered.
Spirit Circle. Let's see, what's next?
Love music.
Senpai Kohai.
That forum is closing on Monday. If you are new to the club, especially, even though I already have like a shit ton of Kohai, keep applying because the more of you that sign up, the more I can throw y'all at people to make friends, and I like forcing people to socialize. There's one more thing, one more important thing. Oh yeah, so I hope if you were watching how these people come on and be guests and getting to talk about it, this is kind of like I think Aggie-SAMA at its best really is when you get to sit around and talk about different anime subjects and manga subjects with different people. So if you thought this was a really cool idea, we are trying to host like bi-weekly podcasts. And if you want to be on there and want to like talk about other subjects, you don't have to wait a whole year for the next awards. Just tell Tim or I, and you can come on here and talk.
It will not be 4 hours. It will be close to 2 hours.
Keep it a little more brief.
Yeah.
Always appreciated.
But yeah, that's all the shilling I had to do.
Yep. You got everything. I don't think we have anything else going on in the club. Yeah, just be sure to check it. Join the Discord because that's where we're all gonna be hanging out this semester. And drop a follow if you haven't, because we would really like to get affiliate if we can, so we can have emotes on this channel and polls and a bunch of other fancy cool stuff.
Thanks for all the people that came out and stayed the entire time, and the special guest as well.
Hey, Bowen, thank you for the follow.
Thank you
I
for
think that was Bowen.
Do you not have alerts?
yeah.
up?
I have alerts. You didn't see the
That's
alert?
true, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's going.
Must be delayed.
It's
Yeah,
delayed.
there it is. All right. Yeah,
All right.
thanks, guys.
Thank you. And we will see you in 2 weeks for the next podcast. All right. Bye.
Bye.
See y'all later. Thanks for coming.